Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side managed shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built for the smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show, homie. I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man, shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you holler in cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got your clap with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We'll tug on this trigger, nigga, it'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps, a ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, y'all. There it is. That's Brother Eric, 16 to life. Y'all know Brother Eric. Brother Eric did 16 years out there in the California penal system out there, man. He's been all over the place out there, man, but he's doing much better with his life now. He's out there now trying to get these youngsters to not go down the same road he went down. unfortunately, man. But yeah, man, the dude was given a life sentence, and um, he fought his way back from a life sentence, man, and he's back on the bricks. So shout out to him, man. That's a feat in itself. You know what I mean? And he survived all of this different crazy stuff. If you really want to hear about all the stuff he went through in prison and all the stuff he went through on the streets, man, just go over to his webpage, 16 to Life, and or you can go to his website, 16tolife.com, get the merchandise, get the music. Very talented brother, man. Very talented brother. But just a good dude all the way, man. Just a good dude. Totally, man. Just a good dude, man. You ever get a chance, but give yourself about 10 minutes to talk to the brother. Absolutely, man. Phenomenal cat, man. Me and him still trying to hook back up, man. He's busy, I'm busy. But he's a good dude, man. I got an interview with him. You can go through the catalog and search up 16 to Life, and you'll see the interview I did with him, man. Really, really, really funny cat, man. Really good dude, man. Good-hearted dude. Shout out to Brother Eric, man. And I do have permission to use the song Relapse. All right, that's Brother Eric. Y'all can go out and check out Brother Eric. All right, so y'all thought I was here by myself, but I'm not here by myself. I got the Army vet with me, Brother Rico. Brother Rico. I thought I had the Army vet with me. I don't know. You know what? Yeah, what's wrong with Rico, y'all? What is wrong with Rico, man? Sometimes just the mental, just something. I don't know. I gotta work with him, man. I gotta work with him. I'm gonna keep working with him. I'm gonna keep working with him, try to bring him back. Let's give him a few minutes to get back. Maybe he's setting up his libations, man. All right. Let's see. We gotta go to the chat and shout out everybody in the chat. We start from the beginning. The hard drive.
Oh crap! I'm sorry. I was talking. I just realized I was on mute. And I ain't had my first libation yet, so.
You see what happens when y'all get old? When you get old, don't get old. Don't get old, because then you be like me and Rico, man. You just forget everything, right?
That's like when I be walking around the house looking for my glasses.
And they right on your head, right?
Where's my glasses? I can't find my glasses. Be screaming, fighting, cussing everybody out. Y'all better help me find my damn glasses. They be like, look in the mirror. Oh. Yeah.
Rico, let me do some shout outs real quick.
Go ahead.
Shout out to Sister Risa, the day one. And man, I'm gonna tell you, man, right here, man. Don't think you coming in this chat to play, man. Risa will let you have it, man. Risa ain't no joke, man. You know what I'm saying? So she's if you need a moderator that has zero tolerance, you got Sister Risa will keep your chat squeaky clean, man. Keep your chat squeaky clean. Shout out to Risa Bill. Glad to have you Bill assist. She don't play no games, man. But I look over there, I see Risa over there. I say, okay, I ain't got to worry about the chat too much.
Beautiful woman of integrity and consistent.
That's what man. Yeah, man. And
high integrity and consistency.
If she do something, man, she'll hit me up and say, hey, bro, this is the situation, and man. So none of us. One thing about us, we all trying to be humble people over here, man. Even if we do something. Somebody out here talking about send me the link. I sent you a link already, man.
I was looking for my glasses.
Shout out to Brother Anderson, the great, my Taurus brother. He says, let's talk about Black Life and Reaching the Hill. Back, we black again, and good to see everyone. Yeah, good to see you again, Brother Anderson. Hold on, man. We got some good stuff for y'all today. Let's see. Brother Willie Dean, man. Where you been, brother? Willie Dean, man. Where you been, man? Oh, man. Good to see you, man. Glad. Hope your family's doing well. Hope everybody's doing well over there on your side of town, man. Good to see you. Willie Dean said, Brother Clarence, you should have Brother E make a positive song for your intro. Salute to you, brother, for making it home, though. He's to the brother for, yeah, man. I keep working on him, man. I keep trying to get him to give me a clean version, man. He keeps saying, yeah, I'm gonna do it. But he's a busy cat, man. He's got a lot of stuff going on. So, but I'm trying to, man. But you know what, Brother Willie, he broke it down to me one day. He broke it because I was like, man, this is a kind of a street song, and I'm trying to kind of get away from the street side of it. He said, nah, bro. He said, this is the concept of relapse is anybody could relapse, man. Anybody could go through something and relapse and get caught up. So he said that's, if you really listen to the lyrics, he said that's what he's actually talking about. And when he broke it down to me like that, I said, "Oh, okay, all right."
It
So I
makes
gave him a
perfect
little more
sense to me.
patience.
When I hear it, it makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah.
I know
See,
exactly what he's talking about.
I did too, but I didn't. I was trying to have it more so that the kids could listen. But as I look at I just look at our the people that listen to us, Rico.
Yeah.
It's not too many kids listen to us.
Like I said, it's not a kid show. It's an adult show. I mean, at this point, I feel better about the kids than I do about the grown-ups. To be honest with you, and I know the kids need help, but I feel better about the kids. I feel
better
about
I asked, so we'll see what happens. Anyway, Sister Enya, glad to have you in the building. Sister Enya. Who else is there? Jay Takashi, what's going on, man? Don't get no trouble, Jay. Listen to us at work, man, but don't get no trouble out here. All right, man, we got everybody in the house, brother. So what we're going to do is we're going to get the show started. Can we do that, Rico?
Yeah. I did want to mention
okay.
Some pretty interesting streams I watched over the last couple of days.
Okay.
And, I have to give a shout out to Mr. E Black at E Black TV. He had a very entertaining stream that I watched the other day. Almost had me in tears laughing. I think he did a good topic and he did a good job, but some of his guests, wow. And all I'm gonna say is wow.
Well, what was the topic about?
It was politics. So it was liberals versus conservatives, and wow. That's all.
I think we talked about that.
It was hilarious.
Yeah.
But it just shows me that, bro, we got a lot of work to do. Because the information you hear, and like I said, these are adults. Right. But the information that you hear come out of them, it's like, I always say, I'm like, we got a problem with reading. In the fact of or what we say on my job is, it's called, what I always try to tell my kids, stop making all your information, or stop letting your perspective be in a silo, because you develop blind spots. Always try to have a wide range. And I try to tell them, I don't try to be great at anything. I try to be just a little bit good at everything.
Okay.
I'd rather be just a little bit good at everything than rather be great at anything, because too many people I know that they're masters at one thing. After that, you just throw them away. And I think we do that, especially here in America, as a country, as a people. Black people, we silo information around entertainment, athletics, and a few other things. And like I said, I'm fighting with my sons every day of the week about trying to make them like, guys, you gotta, I shouldn't be the only person in the house that know anything. I mean, y'all don't even they don't even follow the local traffic. And my son get mad, where the traffic come from? I'm like, it's on the road every day. You could have avoided this. But they won't even do that. They won't watch the weather. Like,
right.
Dude, well, I didn't know it was going to rain. You would have if you watched the weather.
Right. Yeah, that's the only thing I'm doing different than you.
Hey, like, you want to go outside and do something and get upset that you can't have a party for your daughter outdoors. Well, I could have told you it's going to rain all day.
Only thing I did is go look at it, right?
That's all you gotta do. So it's just simple things like that. Forget the politics. They won't watch the traffic. They won't watch the weather. So I leave my house. I sit there and I watch the weather and I watch the traffic. I know where I'm going. I want to know what it's like, how I can time it, and I want to be, know what the weather's gonna be like.
Yeah.
That's just, man. They just
hold on, Rico. Shout out to Mr. He Said and Miss She Said. Glad to have y'all in the building.
So that I just said that just to say that, and so even when I saw that, I could tell. I'm like, yep, same one, silo of information, and it's just kind of crazy. They won't read. They don't want to listen. They just, my sons, if it's a game or sports, they can tell you everything in the world about it.
Right.
If it's a game, if it's sport, maybe some music. After that, just throw them away.
Right.
Because they just don't, and I fight with them all the time.
The Negro said it's on their phone. They don't need it. They don't need the news.
But here's the thing. It's not that it ain't on your phone. They won't even watch the weather on the phone. You're right. They do have the app. I have the app. They just won't
They just ask you, right?
They have no interest in it. You're right. And they will have the Weather Channel app on their phone, but act like they just it's
Shout out to Brother
crazy.
Negro.
But yeah.
All right, man.
Right.
So is that it, Rico?
That was it. I just thought that was interesting and funny. Check it out if you haven't seen it. Any of you guys, go watch eBlack TV. Look at the liberal versus conservative and just watch the debate.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting.
Yeah,
it was pretty interesting.
It was
okay, man. Okay, so we're gonna do it backwards, Rico. Somebody once again, a rich ninja got a wake up call. A rich ninja got a wake up call.
They all get it sooner or later.
Sooner or later, man. That's it.
They all
like,
get
what did Chris Rock say? That train is never late, right?
Nope. And they like to believe because they rich, they won't get it. Like, yeah, okay.
Well, I don't know if you're familiar with an artist named Bootsy Badass.
Oh Lord, yes I did.
Badass, right? Well, Bootsy Badass was driving down the road.
And I thought about that too. I said, see, but they say if you he high value. He got high value money.
High value.
He got high value money. He's very well known. We know who and what he is, but he get his call. He get his wake up call too. And he
the reason why we saying this, Rico, is because a lot of people say, I was watching a stream, a YouTube, a content creator last night, very well known content creator, has many different, connected to the mothership, has many different channels, and this particular YouTuber, there was another content creator that was on there that was saying, that had told this content creator, you built your career on bashing black people, right?
You can't say no names, just say the names.
All right, it was Victor Freeze was telling Anton that Anton had built his whole career on bashing black people.
Pretty much, right? I'm proud of the young man for telling him.
Yeah, it was a good statement in the way I. But
we ain't supposed to say that about the mothership.
So not only did Anton come in to try to crush him, his capers came in to try to crush for him too. So it was like, so Vic said to Anton, hey, I just don't like to see you talking bad about my people all the time. He said, I understand that we do bad things sometimes, but all the time, right?
You don't need to talk about us at all. We know what we do wrong. We know.
No, but here's the key question Anton asked him, and Vic kind of backslid on this one. He said, who is my people? Who are your people? He said, who are your people? He said, you always talk about my people and in a bad way, and I just don't like that, And he said, who are your people? So instead of Vic saying, my people is black people, of course, right?
What are we doing here? Black people. You know who you built. You built your career off of bashing black people. They're my people.
Unfortunately, Vic, for whatever reason, decided not to say that, right? So, and then what ended up happening is they started, pushing him further and further back. Once they saw that he wouldn't do that, and unfortunately, I don't know whether he didn't have time. He was working. He didn't have time to really stay and really push the issue, but he wasn't able to stay and really, hit that point harder. Anyway, so the point that they were making, Anton and the other guys were making, was that there's nothing that, like, this stuff that we're talking about don't exist. You in the victim Olympics of being a Negro, driving while being black, and
that's not a real thing.
Systems, systems that are in place, that's all in our heads. Okay, right?
I got it.
So when I saw this, I said, oh, okay, let's just, if you're right, we should see that you don't, why should you get pulled over because you're driving in a black car, right? But anyway, this is Boosie Badass and his ninja wake up call.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, 1 second. We're gonna step to the back. You can have a seat if you want to stand up. You can. All right, is there any marijuana in that car, man, or any other drugs in the car?
Nah, I was smoking the blunt, bro. Like,
okay. Well, you're good. I got you. As long as you're honest with me, I'm honest with you. Okay.
I can't keep going through this, though, bro. Like I can't, bro. I can't, bro. I don't do no wrong. I don't do shit, bro.
It's illegal.
Bro, I gotta go to y'all superiors and file a.
Okay, Rico.
Mm-hmm.
Now, as you can see, shout out to Daryl Long. As you can see, he was like, "Hey, wait a minute! Don't you know that I'm a rich Negro?
Mm-hmm.
Why am I getting pulled over?
Because you're a Negro." The second word.
wait. But see, the Victim Olympics say you ain't supposed to get pulled over if you're a Negro or not. You must have been doing something wrong if the police pulled you over, right?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So anyway, here he is. Now at this point, he's a little perturbed. Right? He's not upset as he's gonna get. He's gonna get better, but he's a little perturbed because he's saying because the cops handcuffed them.
Right. I gotta say you do. Yeah, you understand? They took you out the car and then handcuff you when you should have never even been taken out of your car at all.
Exactly. Right. It's just a traffic stop, right?
Mm-hmm. So why are you even out the car? It should just be ID, registration, proof of insurance.
But this is what we're talking about when you get that ninja wake up call. See, rich Negroes get these ninja wake up calls.
Yeah. It's a ninja traffic stop. You got traffic stop and you got ninja traffic stop. Boosie, you are a celebrity. They ain't got you laying on the ground. If you wasn't on a celebrity, you'd be laying on that hot ass asphalt.
Hey,
possibly.
Man, but
or in the back of the car.
A regular traffic stop, they supposed to
they ain't supposed to take you out the vehicle.
They ain't supposed to take you out the vehicle or cuff you, right?
No, you're not supposed to get out your car.
This is what it's called this is what it's called an infraction, right? Mm-hmm. It's not even a misdemeanor or a felony. This is an infraction. Mm-hmm. So it's not even supposed to be something where you are subject to that type of behavior, right? Okay, so let's continue because Boosie can't believe it, and the more he thinks about it, he gets the more upset, more mad he gets.
No, he said he didn't do nothing wrong.
It's every day. I can't even live. I moved to the country.
What you say, Rico?
Teresa was asking, did he say I do no wrong? He said I didn't do anything wrong.
He said he didn't do anything. In other words, why did y'all stop us?
Right.
Then you had no reason to stop us, right? Okay. But we all know the reason why they got stopped. But he's saying, I'm rich. I'm a rich Negro. You should have seen already that I was rich. I ain't a regular Negro. I'm a rich Negro.
Yeah.
Why am I getting stopped? And so we trying to show that it's not going to matter in a lot of cases that you got money. This wake up call can happen to anybody. All right, let's continue.
Fucking live, bro. I did 6 years on my back. Fuck. Oh, man. Give a fuck all the jail. I'm like that. I go in there and fight the police and spit on your shit. Every fucking body. Because I'm tired, bro. I'm ready to fucking roll me. Tired, bro. Tired, bro.
Coming up on
whatever you want to fucking do, we can do. That's how the fuck I feel. I got real bond money. Fuck about this shit. Lock me up forever.
So you say I got real bond money. It don't matter when you got them bracelets on that you got bond money.
But I think by now they know who he is. I'll be honest with you. He lucky he is who he is. I mean, because even with all the things, I mean, like the thing, you know, he gonna go on the things that he say, and like I say, somebody, if you take me to the hospital, I'm gonna spit on him, and he calling him punk. He can get away with that shit to that extent because they figuring even if we whoop his ass, he'll put that pressure on us. He got them lawyers. Lawyer.
Okay. That's a good point, Rico.
Yeah. They know he got that bread and them lawyers to put that heat.
Now,
bring that
they're only going to go so far. They're only going to go so far because they do realize that he's a rich Negro and he does have access to lawyers, right?
Yep.
And then he will be able to.
He has some access to power.
He has
but
some
if it had been your ass or my ass, would have been knocked upside the head the first time we said something.
Yeah, man. What happened to your body camera? The battery went out.
Like this, get up.
Right? Yeah. Boom, boom, boom.
Oh, I've been there before.
Hey, stop resisting. Stop resisting. Stop resisting. Right? So
what happened? That nigga took a bullet of mine and stuck in his body. He stuck one of my bullets in him. He stole my bullet. He put it in his back.
He stole my bullet and he hit it in his chest.
Yeah.
He stole my bullet and he hit it in his chest.
I'm telling you. That's how it went.
All right, so but it's important to go through this because what it does is actually it lets us know that maybe we're not saying that everything is to this level, but it is out there. These systems are out there. Racism, classism, these systems are out there. And so do you think just because you got money, you're going to be able to avoid these systems? Not so much. What's going to help you avoid these systems is, now he did something that I think was not smart. He started doing all this talking, which prolonged the issue. I think if he would have calmed down and just said what needed to be said, and that's it, he would have been on his way.
But we see white folks do it all the time.
But they're not dealing. They're not dealing. But the system is not hunting them though.
And I
if you understand what I'm saying, we are the prey of the systems.
Right.
Of these systems, we are the prey.
Right. A white person wouldn't have been taken out of their car and put in handcuffs unless they showed signs of a threat.
Correct.
His only threat was being black.
Correct.
He ain't have no weapon, no threatening gestures. They got out the car easily, turned around, put his hand behind his back, complied with everything. But he's obviously justifiably frustrated, at a loss of dignity,
Of course.
Probably
or their rights being violated, Rico. Right. Their rights are being violated. They're not supposed to be taken out of the car, number one, and then handcuffed, number two.
And it's hot as hell down Georgia. This happened 2 days ago, July 12th. There's the date. A hot ass Georgia day.
Yeah.
I gotta stand out there in that sun while you do this bull. Yeah, I'd be a little stinging too.
And I'm a rich Negro.
Yeah.
Man, yeah, I'll be upset.
Yep.
I'd be upset.
Yep.
I'd be upset. Okay, but we gotta show it, Rico, because people need to understand that this stuff is still out here.
Mm-hmm.
Fuck, you won't lock me up, fuck. I'm tired, bro. I'm tired of being fucked with. I'm tired.
Still by himself. There's no other unit behind me.
I need to go I want everybody down here bad burn. I'm gonna spit on every fucking nurse in that bitch. I'm gonna make you charge me. I'm gonna show you how I get down when I get locked up. I'm gonna show you how I get down. I'm gonna make them.
Okay, I gotta stop him real quick. Now he's starting to threaten the people if he's going to jail, right? For whatever reason, he thought he was going to jail. I guess he assumed that he was on his way to jail. But he's talking about how he's gonna spit on the nurses and hit the first white boy he sees, right? All of this stuff, right?
Yep.
And to me, that didn't make sense. That's me, Rico. To me, that don't make sense. To me, that's not gonna help your situation, right?
No, that's just him speaking out of frustration. That's all. It makes no sense. He know it makes no sense. But when you just somewhere in the space, and I don't excuse it at all. We know Boosie act like that and talk like that. They talk like that when they're in a good mood.
Yeah.
Put them in a bad mood. Come on, man. So I'm like, you gotta learn. If you black in this country, again, like I said, be glad he's the celebrity he is. Because if he was just regular Joe Blow, we might be shit. Ain't no telling what would happen. So for people to say that, like you said, with Victor Freeze, and of course I hate the fact that these Negroes do this victim Olympics bullshit because it's so dismissive of the racism and the WS supremacy systems that exist in the world. That personally, I feel like I don't wish no violence on nobody, but it's certain motherfuckers I wouldn't be upset if it visited them. For people of color who say that, because the problem is you're encouraging these young men to go out into a world, and I think we should tell them, look, don't run around living like the boogeyman, but know that these systems exist.
Exactly. Be able to protect yourself.
Right, you
be able to protect yourself out here.
When you tell them that these systems don't exist and they go through the world with them blinders on until their ass end up somewhere like where Bootsy was or Sandra Bland, you know what I'm saying? Because you walking around with this false sense of equality is all I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, and
equality in America is only on fucking paper. It's not in reality or on application. Other than that, there is equality. It is not equal in the United States of America. They say it is, but we all know as a lived experience, it's just on paper. It's on paper. It sounds good.
Yeah. Exactly. And like I said, it just and people just prejudice is rooted in America, man. It's rooted in American life.
You know what really bothers me? If you take Mr. Daniels and those people, they're very ignorant on race, period. They've done no racial studies. They've done nothing.
Oh, you mean hard data?
Yeah, they've done nothing. They haven't even done soft data. They haven't done nothing on racial disparities. They haven't taken one, I guarantee they have not taken one fucking class on racial disparities, inequalities, or nothing. But they
you're right at that point. I mean, a hard numbers yet,
right.
But I mean, Anton has a video where he walked into it was in a nice neighborhood
where that white man jumped in his ass.
Yes,
right. But what I'm saying
he has experienced this stuff already, so he knows.
And what I'm saying is they're regurgitating stuff, this victim Olympics, off of anecdotal bullshit, and that's not the way social science works. They look at the data, they look at the system. So people a million times smarter than them will tell you, yes, these systems of inequality exist. They're real in America. They're real all over the world. They're for black people. They're for women. They're for Muslims. These are the groups that across the world people try to put down, and smart people will tell you that. And you got these idiots just throwing shit out their ass. That's what upsets me the most. It's not even. It doesn't even come from academia. It just comes from pure stupidity.
Well,
they just like Boosie. They just like Boosie. They just don't talk like him. But the same way I wouldn't let Boosie tell me shit, they don't need to be listening to them either. Boosie can't. I'm only gonna go to Boosie if I'm trying to find out where to get the best weed from.
Yeah.
If I'm trying to find out where to get some good weed from, I'm gonna go to Boosie. I ain't going to him for nothing else.
Right.
They're the same thing. They are the same thing.
Well, Rico, they have to Rico. That the whole mothership, that crew has to do that because they have to show
shock value. That's it.
They have to show non-blacks if they want to get into this, get these brand deals and everything. They have to show a disloyalty to the black community. You have to. Wait a minute, Rico. Let me say this. You have to show a disloyalty to the black community. You have to. If you want these big brand deals, you can't be out for black people.
No.
You know what I mean? You can't do that. You have to be out for everybody.
But let me tell you what the failure is. The failure is that absolutely is the game plan to play, but you still can't be fucking stupid. You still have to know what you're talking about, and they don't. So while they're putting down black people They're not
See,
showing
that's the
they
part,
know what
Rico.
they're talking about. Right. I'm saying they're only doing that one part. So what brand deal on the planet is going to sit there? You know, they'll get, what's so funny? Their entire demographic is the very people they're shitting on. Ain't no white brand going over there advertising with them. You got a black audience. You're only going to get black hair care products. And you know what? Any decent black product is not going to be caught dead advertising on a show. They the black Tucker Carlson. That's who they are. That's who they are. Like,
but see, Rico, let's make it clear. It's no problem with them being open to everybody.
No, there's nothing wrong with that. I love that.
Well, here's the problem. Here's the problem with that, with the way they do it. The way they do it is they have to attack the black community.
Right, and that's what I don't
attack it. And so that's the part that we're trying to say. Or they got to minimize or try to hide the fact
the realities of what's happening.
Exactly. Right. And so they send these young men and women out here thinking, oh, nothing like this is gonna happen. And then when it hits them in the face, they're totally they act like Boosie here. They're totally unprepared for when it happens to them, how to handle it and what to do with it. But that's the part that I feel is bad.
What's the irony of it is you got a black channel with a black audience denying discrimination, but at the same time, I can go watch a white program and they will acknowledge that that stuff exists. So I can go watch a white show and they'll tell you all day, absolutely it exists. Yes, it's real. Yes, blacks are, but I got a black show that's telling me, trying to gaslight me that it's not true. I'm like,
well, they got a word for white people that help black people. They got a word for it, starts with an L. Liberal. They call them liberals.
Right.
They call them liberals. That's a word. That's a nasty word over there, right? Mm-hmm. So that's the word that they can safely call a white person without.
But you know what? I'm gonna tell you. Let me tell you one of the other insults they like to throw around.
What?
They call them elitists, and I say, you know why they call them elitists? Because they like to read. Because they like to read, and we know you niggas don't. Y'all just gonna sit there and regurgitate whatever. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, just show me where the evidence comes from. And I wish my brother Tristan show up over here because I salute to Tristan. Tristan was in them trenches. He was in them trenches.
Yeah, man.
But
he pulled my man's card and he pulled the card.
You know, right? You know what I'm talking about. It was hilarious.
Shout out to my sister OG Patrice in the building.
Salute OG.
OG.
But yeah, this don't surprise me with Bootsy. But I think he's right. You know, he just.
Yeah. I'm not saying he's wrong.
But he shouldn't.
He's right for being upset. He's not handling it properly. But he's right. He's got a right to be upset. Definitely got a right to be upset. Okay, let's finish it off, Rico.
Whoop me. They gonna get a charge. I'm gonna make them whoop me. When he's talking to them, I'm gonna pay them. I'm going out like a gangster. You gotta knock my fucking teeth out, buddy. And you're gonna be sued like a dog. I'm ready now. I'm all the way ready. I'm gonna show them how I get down and be off. Why? I'm gonna punch on the first white boy I see in that bitch. I swear to God, my daddy break. And then none of them spit on that bitch. I ain't playing. Watch how I shine in this bitch. Watch out. I bet I get along from Mason. I bet you.
All right, what do y'all notice about the other guy? He's upset too, but he's got sense enough to know that he's outgunned. He's out in the middle of nowhere with these two cops that put them over just because they was driving a dark vehicle and there's two blacks in it, right? And they pulled him over, right?
And he know he not Bootsy too.
He knows he's not Bootsy. But even if he is Bootsy, I don't care. If Bootsy, Obama. You know, you can catch one.
Right. But I think that Bootsy know he has proximity to power, so that's gonna make him act out a little bit more.
I get you.
The other brother might be like, "Shit, Bootsy, you rich."
Right.
Look. If I catch a case, if you don't pay for it, I can't even get out. I can't even bond out.
Well,
that's why you gotta look at it like that.
This is how the gang go. This is how the gang go, Rico.
Yeah.
If you riding with Bootsy or you riding with Puffy or you riding with, you supposed to take the charge.
Right.
That's unwritten.
Right.
Whatever charge comes up while you rolling, you got to eat that charge.
Right.
So he
don't
looking
do it. Don't do it for Puffy. I hear Puffy leave your ass in jail. I ain't doing it for Puffy.
Or Snoop or whatever.
Nah, that's that nigga gun. Yeah, I ain't doing it for all.
But
of
I'm just saying, the point is, you supposed to eat that charge. So he's trying to be quiet, like, oh man, hope I won't catch no charges on this thing because I know who's gonna have to carry him.
Well, how much weight is it? Because he said as soon as the police pulled him over that he was smoking on a blunt or something. So they know it's weed. He didn't even try to hide it. But I don't even know what the weed law. It's kind of weird because, like, hell, half the
I don't know where he was.
Legal. Georgia.
Oh, he's in Georgia. I don't know if it's Atlanta or where. I don't know.
But I don't know if marijuana is legal in Georgia. I'm pretty sure he got a medical card. Knowing Bootsy,
yeah, he probably got
medical
something.
card.
Yeah, he probably got something.
But I think the dude is gonna say at the end that is an offense in Georgia, marijuana. But Bootsy, I don't know.
But it ain't. I think. But I mean, I think it'll probably be a bigger offense if it's like, he's looking to with intent to distribute. I think if you just have it, it might not be as big of a deal anymore. Right. So I don't know. But it depends. I'm not gonna play the whole thing, Rico, because I'm gonna leave right here. This all I want to do is prove a point that because Bootsy, unfortunately he got pulled over, and unfortunately he got that ninja wake up call. Hey, I don't care how much money you got. If you're driving while black, like Patrice said, you driving while black, you can get pulled over, and then you can get them.
It got to suck. I'm gonna tell you what sucks about it. Is like I said, because I did hear him say some things like this. They told me to move out to the country, which they probably did. Move out to the country, get away, just that, whatever. So he's like, I'm a rich black man. I'm living out in the country. You're trying to get away from being in spaces where you feel like you're being profiled, and it's like they profile your black ass anywhere. You go to the moon, they're gonna profile your ass. So I mean, and I can get his level of frustration. It's like, look, I'm trying to get away because I know I seen him do I think on Vlad TV say something about he got all his land he bought in Georgia, he got a house built, all that, so he made sure that they couldn't take his stuff the way he got it set up. And because he's from Louisiana, right?
I think New Orleans, right? Yeah,
I believe. So I guess you feel like, hey, I want to get all the way out here to get away from all that, and even out here, I'm like, yep, Bubba gonna get your ass out here. Okay? Bubba gonna get you, but Bubba still see black, and he'll profile your ass worse than they. In the city, they'll try to be slick about it. In the country, they ain't even gonna try to be slick. Yeah. At the end of this, you ain't hear no whole bunch of apologies. Nothing. It's like, here you go, take the handcuffs off. Here's your ticket, nigga. Yeah. Get on, boy. Yeah. And you better hope you get home before you get stopped by another one of us.
When they recognized him, they obviously found something in the vehicle that made them recognize and figure out who he was. Because I'm telling you, man, the LA if this was a LAPD or LA County Sheriff's, all your stuff is all over the road, man. Your insurance, all that stuff is all. Whatever's in the car is all over the ground out here. In most of the cases, it's all over the ground. But anyway,
if you regular Joe citizen, it's different.
Shout out to brother Bravo Watkins. Glad to have you in the building, my brother.
But I don't think he's gonna be at no point in time hollering about no victim Olympics. Not Bootsy.
Well, I mean, obviously, but say some people out there that's saying these things don't exist. This classism doesn't exist. The racism doesn't exist. And when we say, and I'm saying classism and racism, there are systems in place. Because they always say, well, where's this big bad white man that's come and do this X, Y, Z? And the point is that there doesn't need to be one white, but there's a system that will do it that already hierarchies everything, and hierarchies how people's going to get treated based on whatever it is, the class, the color,
and the
whatever.
Reality also is, and you niggas participate in it too. Just saying it doesn't exist, the fact that you say it doesn't exist, you're upholding white supremacy. You're upholding
and you're sending people into the octopus cage
Octagon.
because
Yeah.
you are not telling them what's in front of them and what they may have to deal with, and then you sending them unprepared out there. You tell them you just be a nice Negro and everything's gonna work out fine, and that's not always gonna be the case.
Right.
That's not
So
always.
that's why I
gonna be
said the mere denial of the systems of inequality helps support the system of white supremacy. It just does. They don't have to say it exists. They got you saying it doesn't exist.
There you go.
They have to work. They're going over there like, rubbing their hands like a little cartoon villain. Look at the dummy. They don't even know. That's what they want. Because you're fighting to maintain the very system that's helping to oppress you simply by denying it.
You know what the best way to win a war is, Rico? Is the best way to win a war is to not fire a shot, man.
Yeah, I agree.
You get the other side to implode on themselves.
Yep.
That's the best way to win a war, man.
Yeah.
All right. So guess what though, brother? We got somebody else in the building that may want to have
Yes, we do.
Our lady friend, Patrice. Patrice, are you there?
I'm here, brothers. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yeah, we can hear you
fine,
well.
sis.
Very well.
You got something to say on this situation? Good afternoon to you, sis. You got something to say on this situation?
Oh, man, I'm so tired of seeing these scenarios and these videos of things like this happening, to Black men and Black women in America. And it's so funny because, we hear a lot of our own people all the time saying that this stuff doesn't happen to Black men and women disproportionately more than any other race of people. I just get tired of hearing the bullshit and the rhetoric. And I'm also tired of this scenario always, ended up with driving while Black, walking while Black, shopping while Black. I mean, there's so many scenarios that these things continuously happening to. And I want to give a special shout out, right, to the brother Styles P. I don't know if y'all know. I think Brett Clarence, I sent you the video on Styles P. Styles P came to the rescue of a Black woman, put himself in harm's way when the police was roughing up this sister. And Styles P jumped in front, put his hands up now, like talking to him, telling him you ain't got to do all this to her because they was roughing it up, had her face, threw her on the ground, had her face all, facing on the concrete. And Styles P, and this happened in Yonkers, New York, where he's from, because he has a lot of businesses set up there. He has some juice bars, some healthy juice bars where he invested in the community, where he's trying to put healthy food, eating and drinking in the urban neighborhoods. And I want to give a shout out to that brother, because I think if he wasn't there speaking up, because there was other women there, but they don't pay no attention to women. They know for the most part they can overpower women. But you heard them all chanting in the background, and how Styles P was saying the problem with y'all is because you guys are so afraid of Black men. And I promise you, y'all got to know that is true. The police, and from that video when we did that other thing about cops, that video that showed that where this police chief admitted that they were trained and they would have conversations regarding police officers being afraid of Black men. And the bigger and the darker the Black men, the more they will be afraid. And this is why they do things like that the way they do, when they delete, when they use excessive force, when they brutally beat Black men and women. Those are the reason why, because fear, and they so goddamn trigger happy. It's ridiculous. Bro, Clarence, if you got the video of the Styles P, pull that one up too. And I want to give a shout out to that brother, because it's not many times when a Black man will put himself in harm's way, knowing that he can get deleted by the police for doing just that. But he did it, y'all. And I want to salute him. I want to give him a special shout out and say thank you, Styles P. I hit him up on Instagram, man. I was like, thank you, brother. Thank you, because we need brothers like you to step up in the trenches and protect Black women. So I just have so much love and respect for him now on a whole new level than I ever did. You know, to know that brother actually put himself in harm's way to do something like that for a Black woman.
All right, y'all. Let me look it up and see if I can pull it up. I saw when you sent it to me this morning, Patrice. But here we go. I'm gonna push. Okay, let's do it. Let's do this. All right. Okay. Let's do this. Let me share the screen. Other than that, how you doing today, Patrice?
I'm good, brother. I'm on my lunch. Just chilling and enjoying my meal while I'm talking to y'all.
Okay, all right.
How you all doing? You good, brothers? You good?
Yeah,
wonderful.
I am.
Doing good.
I don't know about Rico.
Hey.
And you never
I'm getting
know.
my first libation in.
You know, Rico's like that Forrest Gump. You never know what you're gonna get. Like a box of chocolates. You know what I mean? You're never gonna get.
Yeah, we never know what we're gonna get, right?
I'm sitting up here saying, I don't know what the hell I'm gonna have to do when we have to go back to work. Can't have my libation this early. Oh no. No. I need my libation.
Styles P. Got him.
It's kind of the same way I got my dog. I got him trained to go out a certain time.
What you gonna do when you go back to work, man? I mean, I'm just saying the same things. I don't know what
I'll be running out to the car just like you do at the cookout or you do at the park. What you doing with that red cup?
All right, y'all. Let's take a look. This is Styles P engaging with Yonkers Police Department, and stands up for the little sister. The little sister got actually taken down to the ground. I don't know what she had did to do that, but anyway, this is Styles P trying to make sure that the police don't, pretty much doing like the Black Panthers used to do when they used to do the police watch.
No reason. After she's on the floor, and then standing over here with your hand on the gun the whole time. Bitch, like I said, bitch, yeah, you right, bitch, yeah, bitch.
A fucking girl. Don't come my way. Because if I give you my information, you're going to be acting like, no, don't come my way. Don't come my way. It's crazy. Don't come my way. No. God, I don't feel like my uncle will get his ass. It doesn't matter. I remember y'all said we left me another popcorn on you.
Looks like they pushed the sister out. They knocked her off her bike and tore up her bike. I don't know what she did that was that egregious, but that's what it looks like so far. So it looks like Styles P is just trying to make sure that they don't, overstep their bounds here.
Yo, sis, calm down and you calm down. They like beating up girls. Calm the fuck down.
Yeah, y'all niggas can't even work around here because y'all niggas. But I had the license, I told you that. Well, I had it. It doesn't matter. I had it. I worked it. It's a work it. Dumbass. But you're dumbass. You're dumbass. I can't wait to see my video. That shit is cool to go on the right. Don't touch me.
Yeah, can you get another officer to touch her? He just slammed on the floor. Spanish people, and if you're scared, go to somewhere fucking else. I mean, you don't gotta be scared of women on bikes. Two lesbian gay chicks, you never let your hair up.
Right way. We went in the store.
What the fuck, bro? Lesbian gay chicks, you look like it's I swear to you, I understand your job. I understand the difficulty in it. It's a lot of asshole criminals. But you gotta know your fucking neighborhood. You can't just come here and be scared of somebody and slam women on the ground. Fucking crazy, bro.
Well, one female, man. All she was doing getting overeats.
And then him too, he's scared. Like, there's a lot of people like, look, y'all. It's not a black or white thing. It's about being in this neighborhood. Since they got on the scene as two females, he's like this with his hand on his gun, him with the hand on the taser. She's wrong. She took off on the bike. They caught her. They caught her, my man.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let me go. I'm going to tell you. Listen, this is wrong. They're doing his job. He slammed her like a grown fucking man on the ground. He picked up, he could have shoved it down. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. God damn, I'm just. You're right. I'm sorry. Have a blessed one. God bless.
All right, y'all.
I believe that.
Did he probably say that's little sister's life?
I believe he definitely he helped de-escalate it. Thank you, brother, because my tongue twisted today. He definitely helped de-escalated it, and I think that it would have got a lot worse because, like he said, they did pull off the bike, slammed on the ground, and even though she looked like a male, but that should not matter. When they took her hat off and she started talking, they realized she was a female, and like he said, she's a female and you have to treat her that way. You have to, literally throw her on the ground. And the most part, they kept their hands, right there, on their guns. It's over excessive, right? That's the part we be continuously talking about. It's the over excessive. They're very trigger happy because they're afraid. And this is the conversation that they don't want to have. You know what I mean? And this is the conversation a lot of times that we talk about in the community, in the meetings, that it is a fear. It is a fear predominantly of most Caucasian police officers of Black people, especially Black men. See, they thought she was a man until they called them.
Now you sound like you're in the Victim Olympics.
Listen,
right?
Gold medal.
But it's a reality. They fear us, and they especially fear Black men, and that's just I know. And there's people in these YouTube streets that say that's not true, that's not factual, that's not statistics and things like. Miss me with the bull, like stop it. And
when's the last time they picked up a white girl, picked her up over the head and slammed her down on the ground? When's the last time you read about something like that? I mean, we would know about that like 10 minutes later, right?
Not gonna happen.
It's not gonna happen.
Definitely not a Becky. Never. Not Becky.
No, it's never gonna happen.
It's not.
Gonna happen. Even if she run or whatever, right?
The sad part about it is that's gonna happen again tomorrow somewhere in America to somebody Black, and it's gonna happen Saturday.
And Jalen Walker gonna continue to happen. It's gonna continue to happen. It ain't the last.
And look, to prove it worse, like I said, the Jalen Walker, he got shot 60 times running away. They had the white guy in Kentucky that killed 2 police officers, and he's sitting in jail because they were serving a domestic violence warrant on him. They showed up at his house. He killed 2 of them.
Yeah, but let them tell it. There's no difference. There's no difference in how they take down a Caucasian man versus a Black man. There's no difference, bro, Clarence.
I would agree with Patrice. I would agree with him. There is a difference. The white guy killed 2 police. The Black guy didn't kill no damn body.
There's no difference, bro, Clarence. There's no difference in how they apprehend Caucasian men versus Black men. Bro, Clarence, what you talking about, bro, Clarence? You don't know. Bro, Rico, you don't know what you talking about.
So here's the thing. Here's what we're trying to do, y'all. We're trying to make sure that people see, because I felt that was very irresponsible what I heard last night. I felt that was very irresponsible. Whenever they say they go into this whole, Victim Olympics thing, and you guys are making too much out of this, and that's a liberal. But those are all, to me, talking points where they can dismiss what you're saying, right? If I'm saying that, hey, there is systems out there, because they ask you for this one white person that's out there to try to do these things to you, and we try to tell you, no, it's not no one white person. It's the system that does it for them. It makes it available for them to do it. That's what we say.
Let me apologize. I had my story wrong. He didn't kill 2. He killed 3 and shot 3 more.
Oh my
So
goodness! Wait, when was this? Because I didn't hear about this.
Rico, he actually killed 3.
When was this, bro, Rico?
He shot 6 police officers, killed 3.
We gotta watch that. We gotta hit that link.
July 1st, or it was this year, like a couple of weeks ago.
All right. Let's read this. Let's read the article.
And he's arrested.
See, you know why I don't like y'all coming on the
arrested.
program? You know why I don't like y'all on the program? Because y'all keep me off the track.
No, but I'm
talking about child stars.
I only bring that up to show the differences they say that don't exist.
You guys are right. You guys are right, man. We gotta go through it.
No, we ain't got to do the story. We can do that later. But I just do it to point out the differences that they say doesn't exist.
Because we're talking about it.
I'm a gold medalist.
You and Patrice, I want my gold medal. Then I want my gold medal too.
You silver.
Got a gold medal. I want a gold medal.
Like
everybody everybody in the chat get a gold medal.
And you know what? Here's the thing: the guy was barricaded. They were serving a warrant for domestic violence, so they should have been prepared for violence, and he still somehow managed to be taken alive.
That is crazy, bro.
His ass should be riddled with bullets.
That's crazy. Yeah.
He's sitting in jail.
I can't believe he's sitting in jail, bro.
Yes.
I cannot believe it.
49-year-old white man in Kentucky. But
oh no, you know what? You reached the limit of free article. I can't pull it up, Rico. Let me see if I can pull it up from somewhere else.
His name is Lance P. Storrs, Storz. Yeah, you maybe read too many free articles on they only give you like so many a month. Right. But it's the truth. And I don't know how to share it.
I hadn't heard that one, bro Rico, but it's funny that conversations are not being had when it comes to what a lot of the
what's his name, Rico?
Horrific things that they do.
It's Lance P. Storrs, Lance, and his last name is Storrs.
Storrs with a Z, right?
With a Z, exactly. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But I'm just like,
smokes.
Right?
Holy smokes.
Okay.
Let's take a look at it real quick.
Now you imagine a black man shooting 6 police officers.
And killing 3?
Just shooting at them. Yeah, he ain't coming out alive.
Right. That would be man.
Right.
Okay, y'all. Let's hear about the.
Tonight, officials are calling the deadly Allen, Kentucky, a quote tactical ambush. During a news conference today, Floyd County leaders say suspect Lance Storrs planned the attack after deputies interviewed his wife as she was seeking an EPO out against her husband. Remember, officers were working to serve Storrs a domestic violence-related arrest warrant when the shooting happened. Floyd County Sheriff now saying Storrs opened the door like he was waiting for police.
Every time they pull a car over to ticket it, or every time they go to serve a paper or make an arrest, or sometimes just to talk to somebody, they put themselves in a position where things can go really wrong.
3 officers were killed in the line of duty along with a police dog. We're told 2 officers remain hospitalized at this time, and Storrs is being held in custody on a $10 million bond.
But he's alive. He's alive.
Wow.
He's alive. That's why I don't understand. I'm like, how come y'all can bring them in alive, but just being black, we end up dead?
Yep.
And he planned to kill your asses.
That's facts.
So I'm not even mad that he got away with it. I'm not mad that he got away with it Because see, when y'all see whiteness, you don't see a threat. But when you see blackness, you do. So you know what I say to those 3 officers? It's a shame you got killed. But maybe you should have looked at him equally at the same way as a threat as y'all probably beat up and shot and killed some damn body black in Kentucky.
That part.
Because if he was black, I bet you his ass would have left that house in a pine box. He'd have left in a body bag. Clarence, you muted.
Yeah, they probably would have started giving him instructions from the car, right? But because he wasn't black, they figured they could get to the door.
And they knew he wasn't black because they interviewed his wife, so they knew it was a white man.
And they work in the area.
They knew it was a white man.
Yeah, they know who lives.
Oh, that's Lance. Don't worry about that's whole land. Knowing I'm in Kentucky where everybody got 30 guns. Yeah. He had a damn armory. That's old land. Good old boy. But if it had been Tyrone, they'd have been out there with the military tank and everything else if it had been Tyrone. Because he had a bag of weed. He a drug dealer. It's their implicit biases, and it's the implicit biases built in the systems and even in those departments.
But see, to make your point for you, Rico, they making your point for you because they don't have them not having that same attitude toward him got 3 of them killed, unfortunately, and that's the bad part. We should have a standard across the board, no matter what your color is, no matter what's going on. We're gonna approach you until you show us that you're not a threat. We're going to approach you as if you're a threat. That's what it should be, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's what it should be. Okay. So one last thing I want to say about this situation is we're talking about, now you guys saw the little sister walking around in the Styles P video. I don't recommend that for you. I don't recommend that unless the sister, unless you feel like they about to really take somebody's life. I don't recommend you walking in between the police and all that. I don't recommend that. No, I don't recommend that. I do recommend you documenting and giving them making sure that they don't do something outside of their authority. But as far as walking in between them and yelling and screaming at them from in between them, I don't recommend that. Because now what you're gonna do is put Styles P in a position where now he got 2 things to deal with. You got to try to kind of keep your safety, and then at the same time try to keep the safety of the girl that's on the ground. And that would have been a lot to ask. So
but the thing is how they exercise their power so much is they get mad when you know your rights. They get mad when you have a conversation with them and you talk back. They don't even want you to talk back to them. They just want you to listen. They don't want you to say, I know my rights. I don't have to show my ID if there is no suspicious of nothing. If you're not arresting me, if you don't have a search warrant, you're not allowed to search my car. Things that like when you know your rights and you speak up and expand, even if you pissed off at the police and you curse them, that is still no reason for them to detain you or to brutalize you just because you call them a punk ass B or you could say you could say you mofos ain't jack itch. You could say so, and it's those are not reasons for them to detain you or to brutalize you.
Yeah, you can disrespect them all day long. They're not a damn thing that they.
Those are words. It's nothing. But for us, it ends up differently when we know our rights. When we talk back, they don't like that. It's that sense of it's a God complex, that they have, and the trigger happiness that they have for Black and brown people in America because of the fear. The number one reason is the fear.
I get you now. That is a long conversation in itself.
Yep.
Okay, y'all. So we got to move. I got to move this thing because what I want to do is put the link out. We're gonna try to start putting the link out there a lot earlier than normal.
We talk about the churn. Y'all know about the churn too. And Patrice, you know about all the churn we about to talk about.
Yeah. Patrice knows the
entertainment churn.
Entertainment churn.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is what we're gonna talk about now is Orlando Brown. And unfortunately for this brother, he is really going through it right now, man.
Well, can we tell everybody who Orlando Brown is first?
Okay. Well, the video is gonna pretty much do that. So
is it okay?
Yeah, pretty much go. But I can just give you a quick synopsis. Orlando Brown is a young man who came up in the movie industry, the movie and television industry. He did a lot of stuff with for the Disney Channel. His biggest thing that he was known for was That's So Raven, the show with Raven Simone that he did. And unfortunately, he got kicked off that show for getting a DUI, and everything just went downhill after that. Because Disney, of course, wants everybody to have these squeaky clean images, right? So he got the boot, man, because they just couldn't take it anymore. So, but anyway,
I'm sorry, Sister Rissa. My old ass didn't know who he was. I had to. I got to remember y'all smarter than me.
But we're gonna watch. We're gonna watch this video about how his life kind of fell apart. He was doing good, but his life kind of fell apart. But what we're gonna see right now is how he looks today, and it is bad, man. It is bad. Let's do it.
YouTube channel, Night and Day Network, with the Curry Gang, and check them out now. You heard? Salute.
Issues. That's what I don't want to do. But I was talking to Raven last night. Y'all seen me with Ray, and she as a dude. You know what I'm saying? And that's like, yo, man, they be the weird questions and stuff, asking me all the weird questions, and I'll be like, yo, bro, like, yo, stop asking me weird questions.
You muted, Clarence.
I said he looks like a 60-year-old JEW lady. Holy smokes!
He made me look good. I'm like, damn.
I think this guy is probably about 29 or 30 or something like that. But holy smokes!
Well, yeah, maybe. Yeah.
He might be a little older.
No, he should be, because he was on.
He's right around 30 or something like that. 30 or 30, maybe not older than that. But
that's a hard 30.
Ooh,
that's a hard 30.
Bad. This is how he looks, man. This is how he looks. Now we're gonna go through what he actually been through on another video, but just let you guys get a look at what we're dealing with right now.
Mm-hmm. I told Raven last night, I said, look, check this out. You cannot put yourself in position to keep trying to bring yourself up. And Youngstar has been an Orlando Brown project and something that I've been doing for years. Like you haven't called. No hello, happy birthday, no this, no that, no this, no that. You know what I'm saying? So please don't act like, like people are still calling me Eddie, and people are still like people are interested in the Orlando Brown business, and it's more like, yo, like, I'm not arrogant about that. I'm just saying there has been a lot of time for fam to reach out, and it's like, yo, man, you don't gotta morph, you ain't gotta do all that, like you just ain't gotta front. You dogged Orlando.
Okay, now first of all, this guy has always had some type of issue, right? But the issue now is he's talking
Bro Clarence.
Yes.
Not always. He was a regular young boy on a TV show until something happened to him. Okay. And also, Orlando Brown's situation reminds me a lot of what happened to Corey Helms. I don't know if y'all remember Corey Helms.
Yeah, Corey Helms. Yeah.
Okay. So just keep that in mind that, these were two young men that came in the business very, very young and were unprotected.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Okay. And things happen, and then you wonder why later on in life they become addicted.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So just keep that in mind.
And that's why I want to explore this. Thank you for bringing that up, Patrice. Like I said, he's not always, but I guess I would say since the Disney portion of his career.
Or say since he left Disney. That's
well, no, the issues came up while he was at Disney.
Oh, okay.
That's why he got fired from Disney.
I thought most of it was after he left.
Well, the bigger portion of it came after Disney, but these issues started revealing themselves while he was at Disney, and then Disney, of course, that's why they got rid of what's the chick, the Hannah Montana, that
Miley
chick.
Cyrus.
Yeah, they got. I mean, if you ain't Skookie Clan, they got rid of the other one. What's the other chick's name? The other white chick that really had a hard time.
Brittany.
No, what's that other chick? Not Miley Cyrus, but the other chick, even before Miley Cyrus. The little white girl.
Brittany was
a woman.
I know what you're talking about. You talking about Amanda Bynes.
Well, that's another one. I didn't even think about this. Thank you for bringing that one up. Not Amanda Bynes, no.
Who are you talking about?
The girl that played as the twins. The little blonde head. What's her name?
The Olsen twins?
No, she played as a twin, blonde, and now she's. Oh my God, y'all know who I'm talking about.
You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, I forgot her name.
She did that show. Remember that old show where we switched as twins? What is her name?
Oh, you talking about? I see her face.
Right. She's in
Dubai
now, doing something in Dubai.
I'm gonna get her name. In a second. I know who you're talking.
Okay, get her name, Patrice. But yeah, so the Poe brother, man, this brother right here was he was a child star, and so we're gonna go through a little bit of video and see what happened to him as it pertains to how he got into the situation he got into, because a lot of it was just. People just nobody really wanted to be there for the guy, man. And it's
Lindsay Lohan.
Lindsay Lohan, that's the girl. Lindsay Lohan. That's her.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
Lindsay Lohan.
They will fire you quick.
That's her name. Yep, that's her.
She was the huge one because she was a huge star. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Brian. Everybody got it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you guys know what I'm talking about. Yeah, man. I mean, they fired all of them. If you
but she even had a second chance because she continued to do movies, but she just continued to just be a train wreck. Even today, she on a 15th chance, and she'll still mess that up too. Now she's like an OnlyFans almost.
Yeah. I mean, it's bad for her. It's bad for her. She had a couple of different reality shows that they tried to put together for her, and
she still get opportunities though. Look, but see, that's the difference. Orlando is what? And Lindsay is what?
Short.
Yeah, right. Okay. So understand this. They get second and third and fourth and fifth chances. They do.
Yeah.
When you're of our pigmentation, one and done.
Well, see, here's the reality of that.
That is a problem.
This is now which one is going to be easier to market and probably market to the world in middle America to make your money back?
We know it's not equal.
You know what I mean? Everybody and their mama is going to give a little white girl that had a rough time another chance. Oh, we're gonna give you another chance. But a young black man that had a rough time, well, you got just there's always what they say. There's always work at the post office.
Yeah.
Go get
give it another 5 years. Lindsay be on Lifetime doing Lifetime shows or the
but this dude. And here's another thing. This guy names names. Now if you run around, but see that's the thing. This is why people. This is why people in this.
You said it, bro, Clarence. You said it. That's why he's blackballed.
You run around naming names.
You naming names.
You become radioactive, and then people go, okay, I can't work with you. That's why is having issues now. Luckily he got on America's Got Talent, but I mean he stopped getting a lot of roles because he started naming names when he said that the dude reached around and grabbed him. What's his name? Terry Crews.
Oh yeah.
He said dude reach around and grab him. When you start naming names, then people say, okay, I can't work with him because
that's the difference. You're absolutely right.
We got to understand too. It's like, but if you name names, that's a career killer.
That's what. Yeah.
But that's a given. But then
well, that's what my girlfriend did. That's what my girlfriend did. Yeah. Jaguar Wright. That's what Jaguar Wright did. My girl, Jaguar Wright.
You know that, and you're right, because it's in the singing industry as well. But also, you got to understand too. They did. Even Terry Crews. Sometimes they would take positions that it's like, that position is not favorable for Hollywood. So you just can't. Whether the two killers is naming names, and then Hollywood is a liberal place. You can't say you want to be in Hollywood and be super conservative, or even conservative. You better keep that shit to yourself. You just have to. You can't go there and say, that's like an atheist trying to work at the church. You better tell them you believe in God, even if you don't. You know what I'm saying?
Just to get the job,
But some of them would take, like I know the guy, Tim Allen, he cried about work drying up once he decided to be a conservative. It'll even hit, so even something like your political views, I'm like, Hollywood is very left-leaning. If you're center, just keep your mouth shut and keep working. Just keep your mouth shut and keep working.
Well,
just about any place.
Y'all see what I put in the back chat, and y'all know it's facts, right? That's facts.
Wait a minute. Let me read what Patrice put in the back chat.
I believe that 100%.
Brother Clarence is way smarter. Brother Clarence is way smarter, better looking than Rico, and has better taste than Rico. Oh
but
yeah,
he needs some new glasses.
I read it word for word, Patrice.
You word for word.
But
it's not exactly word for word.
But Patrice, do we know? Did you say what Orlando's in the news for now? Because obviously, him falling out of favor, he fall into obscurity, and this is why I'm talking about the second part, where even if he played the game, what he's in the news for now.
Well, he had gotten clean and sober, and he had got saved. He was in church. He was talking, about his Christianity and talking about how God, changed his heart, changed his mind, and got him clean. Rehab people helped him, and now some of his behavior that he's showing now is possibly, allegedly, that he could have fallen off the wagon.
Yeah,
and now he's talking again, and naming names.
Oh man,
right? Yeah. Because I would hope that would explain when the guy asked him about Bow Wow, and you know what he said.
Yeah, so, I'm gonna step down. I'll come back up later. I gotta get back in here, but I'll be listening in the chat, you guys.
Yeah. So that comment is the very comment. That's what's got us putting him in the list of the people that we want to talk to, because obviously it's like he said, "What about Bow Wow? He got some good pussy," and I'm like,
"Well, let's say what he said. He said that Bow Wow, he
got some good pussy.
He got some backdoor from Bow Wow, so and of course Bow Wow has come out. Bow Wow has come out and said this dude is a hype. You can't believe nothing he's saying." But so people are like,
Well, the thing is, right. So, so my whole thing is even if he hadn't got kicked off of Disney, when you say some outlandish stuff, Terry Crews has said some outlandish stuff. He said some outlandish stuff. Raven Simone has said some outlandish stuff about, like, the whole "I'm not black" controversy. That she's
protected, brothers. She's
right,
protected.
but I'm saying though, she's protected to a point. You can't keep throwing as a star. They want you clean, but they also want you to keep your damn mouth shut.
That's true.
They don't want you saying controversial stuff that's gonna cause us constantly running behind you, cleaning up behind your ass, because they'll get tired of that.
Right.
So Orlando is radioactive because of the long list of, even when OG said about Corey Haim. He named names.
Right.
They're not going to touch him again. And just all these stars. John Voight said all kinds of things about Obama. He's not getting no more movie roles in Hollywood. Clint Eastwood, they're not messing with him no more because he went off the reservation. So it's a lot of conservatives in Hollywood. The ones that still working, they just keep their damn mouth shut and keep cashing them checks.
Yeah.
They know, and it's like I'm like, come on, guys, it's not like it's a secret that you don't know that that's what this industry is. There's a lot of the alphabet community in Hollywood, so you can't be homophobic there. You can't, unless you want to be out of business.
Yeah.
So go there with that homophobic ideology if you want to. They're not dealing with it.
Yeah, well, that's the problem.
They ain't dealing with it.
There's no hard definition of a homophobic.
But like this,
so
it's whatever that community say your ass is.
Right. There you go.
So I say, look, if here's the line, take your ass all the way over there. But if you want to play close to the line, say bye-bye to your career and get your ass back on the Chitlin circuit. So Orlando Brown best chance is talk to Tyler Perry and try to get on one of them damn plays.
Now maybe he might do that, but the problem
maybe name recognition will get you on the Chitlin circuit. But
man,
yeah,
and it's sad, man, because you can see the brother's in pain. He's in real big pain, man.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a person, but this is what happens when they people like this they abuse everybody around them.
Yeah,
right. The people just drop them. People just say, "Man, I can't do it no more. I can't put up with it no more." But I had somebody in my family like that. I had to just leave them alone no more. I can't deal with them no more.
Let me shout out to Anderson the Great. You're absolutely right. Clint Eastwood is a bit of an exception. What I'm venturing to say is that he would have been getting a lot more work had he not let his politics show. And of course, his son is his son. His son, unlike the father, keep his mouth shut about his politics. Clint, we know what Clint's politics is, and he's probably doing more directing than even acting, and he's directing on projects that he's probably heavily invested in. So
right, that's probably how it's
getting done. He's done a lot of indies and things like that. So if he's invested in it, and then some of these indie stars will still want his name. So Clint's different. His son, we don't know what his son's politics is because his son gonna keep his mouth shut. But I tell you who you can look at. Look at John Voight, Angela Jolie's father. He's a good but John Voight, he was even louder than Clint Eastwood. His ass, they ain't touching him. They also ain't touching the other guy. We know Scott Baio, Chachi ass been done.
Right.
But he could have got work. You know what I'm saying? They blow their opportunity to go to Hallmark and other places. Because older people, when you're watching Hallmark and Lifetime, that's where all those old actors go. They over there still cashing checks, getting money, making them Christmas and Easter movies and shit.
Right.
But when you put that politic out there, they ain't even gonna want to touch you there.
Right.
So John Voight is dried up, and I'm trying to think of the other guy he played. I'm gonna tell you, it's another famous actor that because they just popping off at the mouth with politics. And I'm like, Hollywood don't play that. You know the Hollywood game. Come on.
Yeah, man. You can get pushed out real quick.
Alphabet company support. Right.
You got to be open to everybody. Yeah.
Tim Allen, the 2-time with Tim Allen, he complained about that. All the work drying up since his politics became known.
Yeah, but that's how it is over there, man.
Right. That's what I'm saying. That's the industry.
That's how they don't play over there.
You're not going to go over there and change that industry. It's too big. It's too old.
Right.
It's too rooted. You're going to go over there and you're going to play by. You just need to go over there and hope you don't become an Orlando Brown or a Corey Haim.
Yeah, that's why I would, man. Man, my wife was talking about, hey, we can put her in some acting class. I said, man, you crazy.
Right.
that baby over there, man.
Look,
no way.
They touching the adults. So if they're touching the adults, they definitely gonna touch the kids. And I'm not saying all the kids are getting touched. I just think the ones who are not protected, who don't have a good family structure and a good family system.
But here's the problem, Rico. Here's the problem.
That it doesn't happen.
If most of the time, if your family's too involved, they don't want to work with you.
Right.
Yeah, that's the problem. Okay, so man, you might have the talent, you might have the skill, but if your family's too involved.
But you ain't taking my kid out of town for 2 fucking weeks, and I'm not going.
But that's what I'm saying, Rico. That's
the ones I think
they want to work with children that have the least amount of resistance to what they're trying to do.
The least amount of parental involvement. And I would say the ones you see who tend to get exploited the most have the least amount of parental involvement.
Correct. Or they're willing to look the other way.
Right. That's what I'm saying. One or the other. Either the parents are not, you can take my son to Europe for 2 months. To do this movie. And all you taking is a tutor that you pay for and a nanny. Like, no, I'm going too.
Right.
So that my son, after he shoot all day, can bring his ass to my house and tell me whatever I need to know. But they just at home cashing the checks.
My brother-in-law, God rest his soul, man. His son got really good in track at about maybe the 5th or 6th grade, and he got on his track team, right? And so, matter of fact, he had a track scholarship to Georgetown. But they started coming to as my nephew started getting very good. They started coming to him saying, and he was a Long Beach police officer. They went to him and they said, hey, your son is doing really well, and so we want to put him on this traveling team. And so my brother-in-law was saying, God rest his soul, my brother-in-law was saying to him, oh, well, how much is that going to cost for him to go and this and that? And they said, oh, no, it's free. We'll take him everywhere. And they said, okay, well, then my brother-in-law didn't understand that they were just talking about just him. Right? He thought they were talking about him, and right. So he said, so when do we leave? He said, no, we taking him, not you. So my brother-in-law said, oh, okay. And so my brother-in-law said, oh, okay. Went out that day and bought a motorhome. He said, oh, okay, wherever y'all go, I'll be there. I'll bring him. And
how was your nephew?
At the time, he was, I think this starting about when he was about maybe 12 or 13.
Oh yeah, that's too young.
His legs started getting long. Yeah, and he started getting really good. And
I say maybe 17 and maybe 16, but no, anything younger than that, hell no.
Oh no, man, you can't. I mean, even still, man, you got to just be there as much as you can.
Yeah, absolutely.
Until it gets to the point where you just can't do it, But yeah, man, he would go everywhere, take the boy everywhere. Everybody else was riding that big bus. My nephew would be in the back of of that motorhome, man. But yeah, man, you got to really keep your eye on, especially in the entertainment industries, man, because so many different types of weirdo. I don't want to say weirdo, but what's the better word to use?
That's a good word.
Weirdos. Okay, let's use weirdos. Man. There's a lot of weirdos, man. When I say weirdos, I mean people that don't have a problem taking advantage of people that are of a certain, it's a difference when you propose something to a grown man or a grown woman and they go for it, you know what I mean? And then, that's they grown, you know what I mean? They went for it, you know what I mean? But to go to children and take advantage of their gullibleness. And,
well, that's just like the thing that's in the news now is like when the Republicans tried to call out that story about that 10-year-old that I told you guys had to get the baby murdered because she was pregnant. Yeah. That left from Ohio and went to Indiana because it was single source. They kept trying to say it was fake. It was fake. It was fake. It was fake. Oh no, it was true. She was 10-year-old, and the guy ass is locked up now. He's I think he's an undocumented immigrant, 27, and he admitted to raping the girl several times. So, now it's like, we're and the mother had reported it and everything. So. I was like, but again, they tried to beat down the story because they was trying to justify the overturning of Roe v. Wade. And as the other side said, this is why y'all don't even have exceptions in there. Thank God. And Indiana's about to drop the exception too. She only did the murk because she was able to go to Indiana because she couldn't get the murking done in Ohio. But the girl
now, Rico, since we're talking about that real quick, sidebar. I saw where Biden had done something to.
He mentioned it in a speech.
Okay, so he really didn't do anything.
No, he mentioned the story in the speech. Everybody had been talking about the story, but they
no. I mean the abortion thing. I thought he had done something.
No, he wrote. Oh, he did.
Executive order.
An executive order, and it basically says that, you know, like, so basically not that doctors can perform surgical baby murking, but they can still prescribe the pill.
Oh, well, they've been doing that, right?
Right, exactly. But some states are, you know, part of them getting rid of the murking is, no, you can't do the pill either.
Well, you can is you can't get the pill in state.
They're saying they're even trying to, certain states, or like, for example, Texas is saying you can't get the pill in the state. You can't get the pill from out of state.
How they gonna market? How
they
gonna
really can't.
that?
That's the whole thing. It's like they don't. But if somehow, some way, they're having laws in place that if they can prove it, it's a crime.
Oh, okay.
So that's just the whole point. You know what I'm saying? It's like, are you serious? So now they can't regulate the mail, but if they can prove even you got it from out of state, they'll charge you with murder, whatever the case may be.
Wow.
So if you got a 10-year-old and she's been assaulted, I mean, that's I'm like, this is just.
Well, it's gonna get ugly and uglier as we get down to, man. We got to see how
that's
it's
a
gonna
whole
really
nother story. But I'm just saying is it was vetted, and I only brought that up because, like you said, there are weirdos in this country.
Yeah, man. But especially in the entertainment industry.
Right. They do it in regular world.
Oh, yeah, exactly. And wherever there's children at, wherever there's children, schools.
This is in fucking Ohio. This wasn't Hollywood. Yeah. There was an immigrant community, and it ain't just immigrants. It's Bubba's too.
Yeah.
It's Bubba's, and them trailer parks is doing it too. It's even black people that does it too.
They doing it too. Yep, they doing it
and
too.
All I'm sitting there saying is these 10, 11, and I think it had been happening before. We just didn't hear about it because the parent did, just like this little girl did. The doctor sent the mother to Indiana, got it taken care of, would have been never nothing said about it. But they brought it up to say, this is why you should have put exceptions in there for at least these cases.
Right.
And that's the only reason why we even know about this 10-year-old girl. Because if they hadn't overturned it, nobody would have known.
Right.
It wouldn't have, and then you would have believed it doesn't happen. Y'all ass about to find out. Y'all about to find out what all kinds of shit that been going on.
Man, because people are going to really be pleading their
case. They ain't going to be able to hide it.
Yeah. Right.
You 11 years old walking around in grade school with your belly sticking out.
Well, maybe they do it. Maybe they do like old school, Rico. They send them away.
Yeah.
Maybe they just send them away.
Damn, girl, you getting fat. You getting fat.
Right.
You be real skinny. Now you getting fat. Mm-hmm. Okay.
They come back a year later with a little baby, and they say, "Oh, yeah, this is my nephew."
if it don't kill you, because little girls' bodies are not designed at the age of 10 to bring life into this world.
Yeah.
But that's the evil of man that'll say, "Yeah, Ken." Okay.
Yeah. Rico, that's a whole another conversation. We're gonna have a whole other
full on Middle East. We're going full on Middle East because this is where that shit happens with regularity. Middle East, in the bushes of Africa. We're going full on with that. Some parts up in the mountains of Asia. We're going full on medieval shit in America. That's what it is.
Holy smoke.
Hell, you know what? At this point, take away. Let a 50-year-old man marry a 10-year-old. Why not?
Why not?
You gonna make him have a baby?
He one of his 25 wives, right?
Right. If he get her pregnant, can he marry her? What's the deal? What's the difference? Y'all okay with that? You gonna make her have a baby?
Hey,
make her marry her.
That's all I understand, man. I don't even
say it.
Don't let me say
Let's move on.
Yeah, let's move on. So we wanna cause Rico, we're gonna do this. We're gonna do about 10 minutes of this Orlando Brown, and then we're gonna open it up. We're gonna put the link out.
Yeah, drop the link
guys can talk to us, man.
Drop the link.
All right, so let's do Orlando Brown.
What the fuck? Never saw this.
Y'all see that little?
Woo!
What did you say, Rico?
I never saw this.
Oh yeah, man. This dude did a very good kind of mini biopic of Orlando Brown, man.
Wow. Go ahead.
Holy smokes.
White ass baby with that. All my kids look like me, goddammit. I know the strength of my come. How did he try to kill me? I got to have sex with one handicapped girl. It was one handicapped bitch. You know, and it's like, come on, man. Stop trying to make me look unsmart.
This is what can happen when a child works a full-time job from age 8, making all kinds of money that is being mismanaged or potentially stolen, on top of experiencing all kinds of dark things that go on behind the scenes out of the public view. Stay hydrated. Orlando Brown was a funny child, full of energy and had an infectious personality. Growing up in Los Angeles, California, his parents knew it was possible to get their child into acting. His godfather knew of a young talent management agency, and after a few auditions, he landed his first role as Tiger in the movie Major Payne. The movie wasn't wildly successful, but it is a classic 90s family film with great jokes and a heartwarming ending. I personally love this movie. Acting alongside Damon Wayans and Karen Parsons was a huge resume builder, especially for his first film. From here, he became a go-to in Hollywood for a funny, adorable child role. From 1995 to 2000, Orlando had 17 different TV roles. Family Matters, The Jamie Foxx Show, Safe Harbor, and Two of a Kind were his biggest gigs. From age 8 to 13, Orlando was working harder than I probably ever have in my whole life. But in the 2000s, he didn't slow down. He would land a huge role on the Disney Channel alongside Raven Simone. Raven was a very successful child star. She and Orlando both acted alongside Damon Wayans. They were both on popular sitcoms. They were both go-to child stars for family-friendly shows, films, and cartoons. They interconnected with all the same people in Hollywood for a few years now, so it only made sense to give them a show together. That's So Raven. The idea was created by Michael Poiriers, creator of Hannah Montana, as well as produced by David Brookwell and Sean McNamara, who created Even Stevens. The show was bound for success. Raven Baxter is a psychic high school student that allows her to see visions of the future. Often the plot revolves around Raven trying to prevent this vision from happening because she didn't like the outcome. Usually she miscalculates the events, which gets her, her friends, or family into even more trouble. Raven's two best friends, Chelsea and Eddie, are the only ones that know about her abilities.
All right, so far so good, Rico?
Yes, sir.
All right, so what we know so far that the guy was working, guy was basically on the hit, on the top of the charts for Disney. Mm-hmm. He was pretty much a home run. If you put him in a show, he was going to be a home run, right?
And should be independently wealthy.
It should be, right? Because I looked up Raven Simone's net worth. It's like, I think they said it's like $33 million. And I looked up his net worth. They said it's $20,000.
Right. So if he's 33, he should be at least half of that.
I mean, right, half of that, right? At least should be half of that. You know what I mean? But okay, so let's continue. Let's continue.
And act as her confidants throughout the show. Eddie, played by Orlando Brown, is the athletic, overconfident, aspiring rapper.
Believe me, you ain't never heard a young man that can blaze the track, ridiculous cat that can dribble behind his back.
Chelsea, played by Annalise Vanderpoel, is the dumb blonde stereotype best friend. The show was known for its wacky plots, intricate costumes, and integrated music. Raven, Anna, and Orlando are all talented musicians, not just comedians. Anna has had a 15-year career on Broadway. Raven was the frontwoman of the Cheetah Girls who performed world tours and sold millions of albums. And Orlando, we'll talk about his music career in a bit. This was the Disney Channel's first multi-camera sitcom, and it was reported to be the highest rating original program in the network's history. 100 episodes total, averaging over 3 million viewers per episode. The show and cast were nominated for various awards over 50 times. The roaring success of That's So Raven led to Fillmore, where Orlando voiced the main character.
Fillmore, I'm on it.
Then the Proud Family movie and TV show where he voiced Sticky Webb.
Well, peep this. I programmed my pager to pick up a signal from the government spy satellite.
Orlando at this point had a wildly successful youth acting career for over 10 years.
I remember when I couldn't have none of this stuff, you know what I mean? So to save up and to be able to have and go in and say, you know what, I want that for myself. I have it now.
Orlando was on top of the world, but he had a slip up. He was arrested. In 2007, Orlando was driving through the west side of Houston at 1 a.m. when he was pulled over because his headlights were off. He consented to a search and the officer found some grass on the driver's side door. He was charged with misdemeanor possession and released on bond. I didn't know what was in the car. That's not what I do. I consider myself a youth activist, he said. I don't want this arrest lingering over my head. I love what I do. Why jeopardize what I built? An honest mistake, a sincere apology. But Disney in 2007 demanded the squeaky clean image of their actors, so the repercussions were brutal. From here, he never worked with Disney ever again. Orlando was always passionate about music, so he pursued it. Instead of going the typical route of signing to a major label and using his Disney fame as leverage, he decided to remain independent.
Young Star Entertainment, the League Entertainment coming to you soon. You know what I'm talking about? M-Law, Young Star, we out.
Peter Pan was the name of his new single that was an attempt to capitalize on the ringtone rap dance era 2 years after Soulja Boy peaked. At this time, he seemed to have a good outlook on the way it was all going.
Everything is a blessing. I can't complain about nothing, man. I'm just happy with my life right now.
However, none of his music ever hit Billboard, never earned any certifications, or got any mainstream publicity. He never did any.
All right, Rico. So far, so good.
Yeah, except the nigga can't rap.
Yeah, man, he's booty, but but at least he was trying to do something, right?
He
went out there like
I don't know why he just didn't go because at that point he wasn't a kid anymore. So it's not like he had to stay Disney anyway. He should have just progressed to outside, films. You know what I'm saying? Because he was an actor. He should have stayed in that lane and acted on TV shows and acted on because there's plenty of TV shows he would have got on. They wouldn't have cared about no weed bust. Disney did, but there are other studios out there other than Disney that he could have got work with, being a well-known actor. Even if he did indie films. Why? And I'm pretty sure he funded that failed music career. That's probably where a lot of the damn money got wasted.
Well, I think it probably went up his nose, Rico.
Well, that too. But I'm saying, yeah. I've seen a lot of guys blow a lot of money because they're a trash rapper, and then they fund other groups that are trash. And it's like, y'all niggas sound good to each other. Y'all don't sound like shit to nobody else. They don't look at it as a business. They look at it as a passion project. And I'm like, it's sort of like people who go into the restaurant industry and they tell you don't cook food to your taste. You cook food to your customers' taste. Because what you like don't mean it's going to sell. So a lot of restaurants fail for that reason. People cook like, oh, like my mama. Okay, yeah, but don't nobody like your mama cooking but you.
Yeah, man. I went to a restaurant. I went to a restaurant out here, man, in LA, man. I went to this chicken shack one time, man, and I had heard, man, people were telling me, oh, the food is so great there, man. I get over there, man. I said, well, let me get a couple of wings, because I don't want to order no big plate unless I've tasted the food already. So I said, hey, let me get a couple of wings. They got a couple of wings, a piece of cornbread, and some rice or whatever, and man, I tasted one of them wings, man. It was so salty. I was like, damn, golly. No wonder. And then I started looking around at everybody in there, and I was like, everybody in here is big. I was like, okay. Yeah, they all swole up, man. I was like, oh, okay. I see what's going on.
Like this, I'm like, yeah, there's something in there.
You know what I mean? You ever had that happen where you see one of those kind of cats, man, and man, God have mercy on these cats, man. The cat, you come walking in there, you sound like you about to die by the time you get to the window. Give me a. The man's still sitting there. The girl is like, God, man, I know what you want.
Get it out.
You want the whole chicken, right? Give me that was here. 50 reals.
But see, that's the thing. Like I
and
said,
a Diet Coke.
I see people do the same thing with music that they do with restaurants. It's like you don't successful music ventures.
Yeah, you gotta
run it like a business. It's gotta be business.
You gotta let other people hear it.
You gotta let other people hear it. You gotta take input, and you can't do it for you. You have to do it for the people you're trying to sell it to, and that's just
okay. Rico, I'm gonna put the link out, man. I'm gonna put the link out.
Put the link out.
Start loading up. But we're gonna still listen to a little bit more of this. A little bit more of this Orlando Brown situation because it's a really ugly situation here.
Yeah, it just seemed a little nuts.
Oh man, he's doing.
I'm just looking at 2007. Disney gave you the boot. Okay,
right.
Ain't no going back to that. But I'm like, there's you know, there's Paramount, there's Universal.
And by the way, Disney don't do the whole. Disney don't do Disney is like Disney is old school, man. Like old school, like the Sanford and Son and all these other shows and Brady Bunch. And you don't get no residuals. Disney is old school. They don't play residuals. They may do it now, but back then they definitely wasn't doing it.
But what I'm saying is he still could have leveraged his career.
Right.
They couldn't take that away from
definitely.
him. I'm a reputation as a good, solid actor, and I'm going to go to these other studios.
Right.
Because there's like 15 or 20 major studios in LA.
Yeah, but see, here's the thing: they all know each other, Rico.
Right.
They're all down the street from each other, right?
No,
so
but what
happens is they all eat lunch at the same places. So once your name get out there, but once your name get out there, like you a problem.
Right. But what I'm saying is his issue was weed. That's an issue that Disney got. That Paramount and them don't give a shit about no weed charges.
I don't know.
Look, man, they got half of their stable and got all kinds of crazy.
But Rico, I don't think it was just a weed. I think he was still at this point. He was starting to unravel.
Oh well, if that's the case, right now you're a problem actor. That's that. But I was looking at
that's what I feel what was going on because I feel like
they reported he got busted with marijuana, and that completely goes against Disney's image. So that's
right.
Why they
Exactly. But
and I'm like, if that's the only issue, if that's the only issue, okay, you can't go back to Disney. But all the rest of these women beating ass studios ain't gonna care.
Yeah, nah, man. Once you see that Rico,
so it had to be
they're all right there in Hollywood. They're all right there in Hollywood.
But I'm saying, Clarence, it had to be something more than weed because I can give you a list of 100 actors.
That's what I'm saying. I agree with you. I'm agreeing with you.
Cocaine,
and I'm proving
gun
your point.
charges.
I know, but I'm proving your point that it must have been something else.
Yeah, it must be something else.
All of these people know each other, brother. They right down the street from each other, so they all eat at the same restaurants. They all go to the same parties. They know each other. So if one of them would start saying, "Hey, look, I had a problem with this actor. You know, don't use this guy because this guy." That's what happens.
Yeah, and that's definitely.
And then so you could become radioactive. Nobody wants to talk to you.
I agree.
So but now I agree with you on this. It probably wasn't just the weed that happened to him for. He probably at this point was starting to unravel as far as being difficult to work with.
Yeah.
And then that probably spun into the fact that they said, "Hey, look, we don't want to have nothing to do with it." And then other people say, "Hey, I'm thinking about working with Orlando Brown. What do you think about that?" "Oh, I wouldn't do it if I was you."
Right.
You know what I mean? But anyway, let's finish up. If you guys want to come in and chime in, we put the link out there. But we're gonna still keep watching the video.
Tours and barely did live performances outside of maybe a club appearance or an empty baseball stadium. Other than a Facebook page, I can't even be certain that Young Star Entertainment is a real business. Sure, some of the songs did get decent YouTube views, but without the support of the music industry, I'd be willing to bet he never made any substantial money from music. Any publicity he got from red carpet events he would use to promote his music.
So what's going on with you? Well, you know, I'm pushing my new single to Peter Pan. It's some brand new dance.
His new sitcom, The Orlando Brown Show.
I wrote The Orlando Brown Show, which is my sitcom. I have a reality show. I have a cartoon. I got a lot of stuff going on.
He promoted these two projects for years, but I could not find any proof that they ever existed. Conspiracy theorists might suggest that he was blackballed and exiled from the entertainment industry because of Disney. Or the more likely reason is while pursuing an independent career, making shows, films, and music, corporations can't make as much money off of you, therefore they probably don't want to do business with you. So maybe these projects did exist, but he couldn't get them off the ground without a substantial amount of cash. His first DUI. In 2011, Brown was driving in Hollywood without a license plate. After pulling him over, the cops suspected he was drunk, and after failing a sobriety test, he was booked in the famous Hollywood station. After failing to appear for court, he became wanted for failing to prove that he enrolled in an alcoholic education class, which then led to another DUI. Clearly, he has a problem with drinking and driving, but he still seemed to be in good spirits.
What happens is when you're young and you're a child star, whatever, you know. Yes. Yeah, so, you know, no one's going to believe it right now. My music, I'll stop it because of the Disney thing and everything. But, you know, the fans know I've been trying for years.
So how is he making money? How was he surviving if his music career was failing? People think that Disney stars are rich and set for life. This couldn't be further from the truth. The highest paid Disney stars are looking at maybe $30,000 per episode. There are also no royalty deals. Disney stars don't even get into Disneyland for free. You think they're paying you for their reruns? So $30K would be like main character money with managers that know how to negotiate. Orlando being a side character, I would say $15,000 per episode with a good deal. 100 episodes, that's $1.5 million over 4 years. On top of animated shows and films, it's possible he could have made a few $1,000,000 over his 12-year run. But most children don't have any concept of the money they're making.
See, let me tell you something. As a kid, you don't know that you're getting paid.
Most of the time, families are poorly managing the money or straight up stealing it. We have no actual proof, but judging by the way the rest of his story goes, it indicates he was struggling. Orlando Brown sentenced to 180 days in jail. He just kept evading the courts, failing to pay his DUI fines, and failing to complete his alcohol education class. When he got out, things got worse.
Your mama, your daughter, and everybody.
Orlando was outside a 40-year-old woman's apartment in North Hollywood threatening her. She claimed they were acquaintances and he made sexual passes at her, in which she denied, which led him to exploding in rage. Orlando says the woman was stalking him and he went to the apartment to tell her boyfriend nothing was going on between them. His story doesn't really make any sense, and you can feel this is another drug-induced episode. He managed to land a short cameo in Straight Outta Compton, as well as a lead role in an indie film called Smoke-Filled Lungs. But the big news of 2015 was That's So Raven reunion on The View.
Hey, Kyle, can you come out here, please?
Right now?
The link-up was wholesome and everyone seemed to be positive and happy. Orlando showed off his terrible hand tattoo of the cast, which Raven loved. But there was a particular question asked on The View that sparked a lot of people's interest.
Who dated the most cast and crew members?
Uh-oh. I might go with Annalisa Vanderpool on this.
I think they're calling me a slut is what's happening.
No, it was just we all had a really nice relationship with each other. We're gonna keep it real simple.
Yeah, we did.
This clip seems harmless, but it's pretty obvious that the 4 cast members all know what Raven was hinting at, but the audience has no idea. We also know this clip was changed in post-production because the promotional clip for the episode had something else in there.
We used to date. We used to break up.
So the part where Orlando says, "we used to date," was used in the promo clip, but cut out of the real episode. Raven did deny the allegations, but only the people who were in the audience that day know what was said. But Orlando kept opening up about the past.
I mean, was there any resentment in the cast with her being chosen for the lead role after the fact?
Because at the time I was dating her at the time.
If he is telling the truth, that would mean that Raven was 15 and Orlando was 13 when they started dating. Since the show officially started filming in 2001, and Orlando said they were already together before the show even started, he took it one step further though.
Oh, that was in the song. And yes, I did eat the pussy. I ain't gonna lie, I ate the pussy.
At the time, it was hard to tell if he was joking, serious, or delusional. I think it's obvious why he wasn't invited to do the That's So Raven reboot, Raven's Home. It's probably worth mentioning that before this first Vlad TV interview, he got arrested for striking his girlfriend, which resulted in police finding methamphetamine on him. With all the new attention on Orlando from the interview, combined with an alleged drug problem, things got worse.
I don't understand why people are just mad at me because I got to have sex with one handicapped girl. It was one handicapped bitch.
All right.
We've seen enough of this car crash.
It's
It's a car crash.
Right there. Brother Von Eric.
Hey, how everybody doing?
Salute to you, Demo, brother.
What's going on with you, man?
Not much. Maintaining.
All right, brother. You got something there, man, about anything we've been talking about? This Orlando Brown situation, the other situation, the Victim Olympic situation, or the what do we call it? We call it the
ninja wake up call.
The ninja wake up call. It always comes.
Rich ninja.
The rich ninja wake up call. There you go. The rich ninja wake up call.
Oh, I didn't see that one.
Okay.
And the Popo pulled up on his ass. They snapped him up. And they reminded him, "You still a ninja."
Right. Still a ninja.
Who pulled up on him?
Police, Georgia.
Police
Georgia
pulled up on Boosie Badass.
Oh yeah, I seen that. I seen that.
Yeah.
I seen that. Yeah. But they've been messing with him though. He said it in that thing. They've been messing with him more than one time. Keep picking with him. Keep picking with him.
Okay.
Oh, but every now you doing big victim Olympics, Devon. They treat black people like white people.
Huh?
They treat black people the same as white people.
Yeah, I don't think so. They sure don't.
Oh, what you got, man? What's on your mind, brother Von Air?
Well, it's a lot with Orlando that I can't make a complete judgment because I want to know how's his family, what did they do as far as taking care of his funding and things like that, how he was as a kid, what did he go through? They didn't go into that. Also, even though he was with Disney, see, Disney tripped me out when they say they don't have when it comes to kids, they cannot do nothing. But Disney does a lot. I mean, look at that movie Powder, and that the guy who directed it, he went to jail for molesting kids.
Yeah.
So it's a lot of things that's going on in Disney that comes out, but kids, you want to do that now when you let all those other kids get away with that. Now you want to say it's things that you don't want to do. So first of all, does Disney have psychiatrists on the set like a lot of them do?
I doubt it.
Like Bill Cosby did.
I doubt it. Yeah, I doubt
so that's a big thing right there. And then you robbing them with residuals. They can't make no money. You know that you didn't see Bill Cosby did that with the kids. They millionaires.
Right. But like I said, Bill Cosby was trying to work with the people that he was working with. Disney is a corporation, man. They trying to make money. They will pay that. Look at all the money they saved. All those shows that they made, and they got them in reruns. Now they got them on what's that Disney Plus? They got them on Disney Plus, and they're making all this extra money off of it. They would be having to share that money with them and their agents.
As well as should. As well as they should, because it would never been there if it wasn't for the people that's in the show. That's why Bill Cosby paid them.
Well, I think Bill Cosby paid the people because I think it was more of a thing where he felt like he wanted to do what he felt was the right thing to do. And I'm saying the Disney Corporation felt like, hey, this is the best thing for us as a corporation to do is to save this money.
Right. So that goes to show
we ain't here to make them rich. We're here to make the stockholders rich.
Right. That would go to show they don't care about nothing but the kids. They act like they do, because if they did, they will make sure some of those kids get residuals. So that goes to show they don't care about the kids. And Bill Cosby did.
But you know what, though? Here's my thing is, I don't, at the end of the day, I'll say Bill Cosby did a much better job with protecting the kids than Disney. Disney, I think, doesn't give a damn about the kids, period.
Right.
It is, as Brother Clarence said, it's about making money for their shareholders. Now, I will say what Cosby did, I'll say it was, I'm not going to say he cared about the kids, but I'm going to say he cared about his investment. And a big part of his show, remember Bill Cosby, even before he did the Cosby Show, he always had been working with kids. Remember he had that show, Kids Say the Craziest Thing. That made him a lot of money. He was always that type of clean-cut comedian, character. Fat Albert. So
Picture Pages.
So children to him, as much as I do think he did
the electric company,
them, as much as I think he did care about them, he was also protecting his investment. So he like, oh yeah, I got to make sure these kids don't get fucked up so they can continue working and we can keep this dynamic going. So I'll keep making that bridge. So I think it was better. I think it was better to be working with Bill Cosby because he was going to at least try to protect you. Disney looks at it like this. Bill Cosby might have said, okay, I got 10 child actors. Disney said, I got 1,000. Because they just got so many on all these movies, all these shows. They'll just replace your ass. You're just Disney. You're like a football team. Next man up. One child have to go down, get rid of them. They'll recast your ass in a heartbeat. Bill Cosby was invested in his relationships with kids, so I think he did a much better job with the kids with protecting them. That's a good thing. Where I see the damage for everybody, whether your kid is with Disney or with Bill Cosby, is the lack of involvement of the parents. It is a dilemma, like Clarence said. Some parents are overbearing, and you cause your child opportunities. Like, yeah, but I'd much rather cause him opportunities than risk him having to have lifelong trauma.
Hey, that's what I say.
So fuck that opportunity. He don't get to be in the summer, but he's not dealing with lifelong trauma because I'm not letting nobody touch my child without me killing their ass.
Exactly.
I'm not letting them do it. I'm not letting them do it. So that's where I think the failure, when we look at like all these child actors, white and black, it's the parents. The parents fell down on the job. The parents saw dollar signs and saw checks, and they just fell down on the job. The parents didn't give the same way them little white kids, their parents sent them to Neverland Ranch to spend a night with Michael Jackson 50-year-old
Oh my
man.
God, man.
It's the parents. So I don't know if he diddled them or not, but I know the parents let them go.
Well, let me ask Von Eric. Von Eric.
It's a failure of the parents, period.
Yeah. Would you let if Michael Jackson said to you, "Hey, I want little Von Eric to come with me and spend the weekend over here at Neverland Ranch with me, but you can't go, just him. And if you do go, you got to sleep in a hotel. We got a hotel room for you, but he can sleep here with me."
Oh well, I would want to be with my son, but I don't think it happened that way, did it?
Yeah.
I don't know how he told him. I mean, but that's what happened.
Them kids don't play by themselves.
No. Hey, Clarence, you know RZA Islam, right?
I know of the brother. I don't know the brother personally.
Did you know he was at Neverland Ranch?
Right.
As a child.
I did not know that, but yeah, I believe it.
So listen to
was his mother and father there with him, or was he there by himself?
He was there with the other kids, by themselves. Yeah.
Okay, as a child?
Exactly.
Yes,
as a child?
as a child. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, his parents fucking failed him too then.
So no, what's the name? Kids was with Michael, Chris Tucker, his kids. It was a lot of kids with Mike.
I don't care who it is. You have no excuse as a father letting your 10-year-old sleep over with a 50-year-old man.
And I mean,
over
Von
there,
Eric, there's no way you're gonna make that. Okay,
That
go
ain't
ahead and
never
try
gonna
to bake
sell.
that cake, Von Eric. Go ahead and bake that cake and make
I'm
it.
going. No, I'm just saying I'm just saying the way you explain it. I wouldn't let my child. First of all, if they say you can't come, right there, I wouldn't. That's not how it went.
Yes, it is how it went.
No, it did not.
At Neverland,
none of those parents did not feel and did not. The ones I've seen did not say, "Oh, you could not come."
Right, we said they let them go. Is what we said.
No. Brother Clarence said that the parents was told not to come. And if they do come, they have to stay in a hotel. I've never seen a parent. I've never heard a parent say that.
So let me ask you this though. Then that makes it even worse because they had a chance to go with their kids and they said, "Nah, I'm good. You can take them by yourself."
It depends. Have you talked to any parent? Have you talked to any parent to see what actual situation that went on?
No,
because
I'm just trying to figure out.
RZA Islam said he did not sleep in the bed.
Okay, I'm not saying all of them did, but my question is this. Under what circumstance do you let and I'm going to use the word stranger because he wasn't a family member, take your children, especially a man? Maybe if it was a woman, maybe, because people tend to be a little bit less, suspicious of a woman. But what parent is going to say, you can take my 8-year-old son with you for the weekend? Rico,
I don't know what as far as what they did, Michael Jackson spent time with those parents. I don't know what was told because we only hear hearsay.
We know that, but we do know that those kids stayed with him overnight, playing with him because he was like a kid alone. We do know that to be a fact.
Yeah, but that's that. So wait a minute. So kids don't do that, and back in the day, would say, "Ma, can I go and spend the night over my friend's house?"
If you got fucking kids, yes. If you got kids, that's what I'm saying. Now,
Michael Jackson. Wait a minute. Michael Jackson.
Kids. If Michael got 8-year-old kids, yeah, because I'm not sending my kid with Michael. I'm sending my kid.
Michael Jackson had always had his nieces and nephews.
Man, you missed me with that bullshit. That wasn't his kids. No, I'm sorry. If you got kids, my kids can spend a night at your house with your kids, not with you.
But that's still listen, hold up. That's still trauma. You know why? Because you got people that send their own kids to gather the kids.
Right, I get that.
So it's totally you don't know.
But I'm saying Michael Jackson was a single, grown-ass man with no children, running around acting like a child. So they knew that those kids were going over there to play with Michael. They weren't going over there to play with his nieces and nephews. He said it on the stand.
No.
Yes, he did. No. When they sued him, that was part of it. That was part of his defense. I just never had a childhood. I like playing with kids. We played with Bobo the fucking monkey.
Right.
Remember, he had the monkey.
Right. And you know Michael Jackson.
And you know the whole amusement part. I ride the choo-choo train with him and all other kinds of shit. No, I'm not sending my kids to play with no.
Okay, but I'm just saying. But yeah, and I'm saying what you're saying. That's what you would do.
Hell no.
That doesn't mean. But that doesn't mean that the other parents they felt when they went to Neverland Ranch because he set it up. It was a state. It was a state funded. So the state knew about it because the state funded it because he was getting. It was set up as a 510c3. So he was getting tax money for it.
Okay.
So this was over there, over there, right? It was state funded, and then they were spending nights over there. So I don't know what was told to the parents. I don't know.
But I'm asking you, does that sound unnatural to you?
Yeah,
the only place I've known, let me tell you, the only place I've known where I've seen parents send their kids with other adults is like the camp. So if you send your kids to overnight camp, they're still with other kids. Or you send them with the Boy Scouts or the Girl Scouts, it's still with other kids.
Right.
Or I'll give you one exemption. If I'll send my kids over their fucking uncle's house, because he's a blood relative.
Well, let's stay what you just said. Let's stay what you just said. You just said that you would say like if it was a Boy Scout or if it was camp.
Right, but it's with other children.
Neverland Ranch was set up like that.
I know about all the abuse that happened with the Boy Scouts. I know there's a huge
right. Okay, then. So, but I'm saying Neverland Ranch was set up like the Boy Scouts.
I get that.
And that means you just that means you can see it then.
No. Because Michael Jackson is not a fucking scoutmaster, and they knew that. That's all I'm saying.
Wait a minute, hold up. The scoutmaster is the one who molested the kids.
The whole purpose of the Boy Scouts is totally different than Michael Jackson saying, "I'm 50 years old and I want to play with kids."
No, that's because you know why? That's because you look at it different. But we know now that the scout leaders was molesting the kids.
Yes, we know that now.
Okay, Rico, I got a question for Vonnie. But before I do that, I brought Brother D up. Brother D, I wanted Brother D to just come out here and say his little piece real quick.
And further, are you a parent, Brother D?
No, I'm not a parent, sorry.
All right, so we're gonna have to wait your answers.
All right.
Brother Vaughn, you a parent? Are you a parent, Brother Vaughn?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm disappointed.
Nah, but I just wanted to tap in for a little bit and give my little 2 cents in. What's up to everybody? First off,
hey man, glad to have you here, man. What's going on with
you? You know, like it's like this, man. You know, like we gotta start putting the parents in the fire too when these kids go crazy because there's these parents they see these millions of dollars and they sell their kids off not even caring about their kids like and they just go crazy like it's so many examples. You know, you got Orlando Brown right now, and I remember like 10 years ago. I don't know if y'all remember Amanda Bynes. She was going crazy.
Yeah.
And you know, all these the Olsen twins, they look crazy. You know, it's like all these kids or whatever, eventually like it seems like once they get around like 26, 27, 28, like around 30 or whatever, they just lose their mind. They just go bonkers. It's because of things that they got to go through in order to make it. I remember I don't know if y'all touched on this, but Michael Jackson, well, no, I think it was Jermaine. He was talking about Michael Jackson and how like they would just Joe Jackson would take him to go to these meetings or whatever with these higher up executives, and he would just leave them for like a few days, and then he said when he would come back, Michael Jackson would either like wouldn't say nothing at all, or he would just be crying the whole time.
Oh man, I hate to hear that, man. Hate to hear that,
Yeah,
man.
I mean
Hate to hear that,
it's sick, man. The Hollywood game is sick, dog, and I know y'all read my comment in there, like.
Yeah.
If you want to make it, you gonna have to compromise your morals and your
Yeah.
self respect. It's crazy, man. And you know
Yeah.
Orlando Brown, he's probably just you know just tired of it, man. Wants to air everybody else out too. I mean,
Well. See, here's the thing. What happens, man? When you alter a person's spirit is moving in a direction. When you alter that person's spirit, and as the spirit is moving, it gets stronger and it starts pulling off of what's around it to try to make a baseline for because we all have to have standards, and so to make a baseline for standards, we have to pull from what's around us, and so if we don't have things that we can pull from around us, now most people use religion, right? That's where most people pull their standards from is religion, right? I'm not going to do this because this is wrong and this is right based on my religious beliefs, right? That's where most people, and then after religion, they would typically use the outer culture, the dominant culture that they live in. Oh, the dominant culture says I can't just take this man's wife because I want her. You know, that's wrong, right? So we have levels of where we can pull from to create a standard for where we are in mentally in our spirit. Okay, but when you alter somebody's spirit, you kick it the wrong way. If they're not strong enough to pull it back right, then they go off, and now they start going off and trying to find standards by which to live off of other stuff that's way out of where they were supposed to be at. And so that's what happens with these, especially these child actors, where their spirit gets so spun out of control, just like what you described with Michael Jackson. With the spirit gets so spun out of control, now they don't have they're so far off. The church is so far away. Everything is so far away from them to grab onto to make a standard. The only thing they got is this weirdness of the Hollywood, of Hollywood. That whole lifestyle. That's what they got to judge how they should be as a person. And then they in the pain, like you see the brother here, Orlando Brown. They're in pain because they're constantly trying to reconcile it because deep inside they know they off. They know they're off, but they're always trying to reconcile it, and they can't make that reconciliation. And so they have this conflict, this never-ending conflict in their brains, and it just keeps bothering them and bothering them and bothering them until they take some type of action on it. That's my opinion on that situation, brother.
yeah,
But
you're 100% correct on that. You know, they're definitely going through a lot of spiritual warfare in their minds right now because you know it's one thing because you know most of these kids, these Hollywood kids, are born into this shit. Excuse my language. They born into this, you know, this game or whatever, and they don't really have a choice. And then once they get older and they start to realize that what they're doing is wrong, they just go bonkers because they can't stop, you know, because they done sold their soul already, so they can't
exactly,
go back on that. So
that's
they kind of
it.
just stuck.
That's the reconciliation I'm talking about. That they want to reconcile that situation so that they can feel like they quote unquote normal, right? They want to feel people really want to feel like I'm part of I'm part of the community. But when they get so busted spiritually, they don't feel like they're part of the community. They know they're not part of the community because they get so much rejection from other people trying to attach themselves to other people, and the only people, and they start realizing people only attach themselves to them if they see some type of tangible benefit from doing that. Ain't nobody gonna really,
financial gain.
Yeah, exactly. And so that's the only reason why the people are going to come around them, right? So when they start realizing that, they go, oh man, I thought I was a good person. I thought because I'm a good person and you a good person, we could connect. But they realize that person think that person's a good person, but I must not be a good person. I must not be a good person. Why am I not a good person? Because I've done all these different things. Well, if I've done all these different things and I'm such a bad person, I don't deserve. Good people don't deserve to be around. And so they do all of that stuff, and then it just pushes them more down, unless they come into a thinking process that can reconcile that for them and give them a pathway out of it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, but
now,
well,
okay, brother, hold on one second because I want to ask Von Eric a question. Brother Von Eric.
Yeah.
I ain't forget, brother. I ain't forget. I ain't like Rico. I ain't running from you, brother. I'm going to talk to you straight. All right, brother Von Eric.
Shout out to brother Marcus.
Shout out to brother Marcus. Okay, so Von Eric, I want to ask you, brother, if you feel that way, that this is all hearsay, how did these children end up in the bed with Michael Jackson?
In the bed with Michael Jackson?
Yes. How did they end up in the bed with Michael Jackson?
Did Michael Jackson say he slept with him?
Yes.
He said they got in the bed with him.
He said they didn't do anything.
I don't know. He didn't say nothing else about nothing else happening with him. He said he got in bed with him.
I know that's not. Wait a minute. I know, and if you go pull up RZA, he said Michael Jackson did not sleep in the same bed with us.
Maybe he didn't sleep with RZA.
He said Michael Jackson slept in it. That's Macaulay Culkin said Michael Jackson didn't sleep in the bed.
He didn't sleep with him, but he slept with the other little white boy.
But there are some that he himself,
and
Michael
that's
Jackson,
hearsay.
admitted that he got in the bed with.
Right, he admitted.
No, Michael Jackson said he shared.
Right, he shared a bed with him.
He didn't say he slept in the bed with them. He said he shared his bed, meaning that bed over there, I'm sharing that. He did not say he slept in it.
Bonner. No. When you say we shared a bed, that means your ass is in it.
No, it does not. His lawyer proved that. See, have you read any manuscript of that case?
Okay. On what planet?
I can admit that I have not.
Thank you. Let me ask you this. Hold up.
Well, you buy that bullshit excuse that when I say we're going to share a bed, that means I'm going to share that one over there.
Yes, that also means that also. Just because you want them in the same bed, that doesn't mean they was in the same bed. It's people that said that they did not sleep in the same bed with Michael. So you just want to let that just go out the way.
I agreed that he said that he didn't sleep with all of them. I agree with that because Macaulay Culkin and several other people said that they hadn't slept with them.
Thank you.
But there are others who said they did.
So that's why I say it's hearsay.
So if we can believe the ones who said they didn't, we can also believe the ones who said they did.
And I've said that's why I said it's hearsay.
Well, it's hearsay for the ones who said they didn't sleep with him too.
Right. That's why I said
they could be lying and maybe they did.
I'm saying, did you see any court cases, anybody that went up on the stand that said that?
Yes.
Pull that up.
Okay.
I would like one day. I want you to pull up.
It was a little white boy.
It
was the same little white boy that they did the documentary on, and then he recanted.
Thank you. He lied.
And then he turned around. He said it. He recanted, and then he came back and said he did it again. So the question is did he lie the first time? Did he lie the second time?
Exactly.
Did he lie the third time?
Exactly.
But the whole point is, you can't say he lied when he said that he didn't. If you're gonna say he lied when he said he did, we don't know. I can't say he didn't. I know one thing: they couldn't have said shit if Michael didn't have him sleeping over his house.
Okay, so let's hear Let's listen to Michael Jackson explain it himself, right?
Oh yeah, how about that?
Not explain it himself.
Will you believe Michael? You gonna believe Michael, Vaughn?
And so it was that we came back to our meeting at Neverland with 12-year-old Gavin. I'd found this easily the most disturbing moment of the past 8 months.
You know, some have, and they say, is that really appropriate?
When you're talking about children, we met Gavin. And it was a great privilege to meet Gavin because he's had a lot of suffering in his life.
Yeah.
When Gavin was there, he talked about the fact that he shares your bedroom.
Yes.
Can you understand why people would worry about that?
Because they're ignorant.
But is it really appropriate for a 44-year-old man to share a bedroom with a child who is not related to him at all?
That's a beautiful thing.
That's not a worrying thing?
Why should it be worrying? Who's the criminal? Who's Jack the Ripper in the room? This is a guy trying to help heal a child. I'm sleeping in a sleeping bag on the floor. I gave him the bed because he has a brother named Star. So him and Star took the bed, and I'm on the floor in the sleeping bag.
Did you ever sleep in the bed with them?
No. But I have slept in the bed with many children.
Keep letting it play.
I just want you to know what he just said, okay? Go ahead, keep going.
Why are we cutting it?
Because y'all said he shared the same bed.
Right, and he said he slept on the floor. I got it.
He said he slept on the floor. So y'all just gave misinformation that was.
Oh no, that's this kid. That's this kid.
Oh,
he slept in the bed with a kid.
I'm not gonna argue with him. I'm gonna let him think he won. But come on. I'm gonna let him think he won.
No. That's this kid. That's
okay. And again, like I said, there are other kids who some said they didn't. We conceded that, Von Eric.
Remember, there's the one that said he slept in the bed with, and they paid him off. That's the first one. They paid him off. Remember, they gave him money. They paid him off to go away,
and found out that he was lying.
No, that's the one they find out.
Okay, but if he was lying, how come they paid him off? My point.
Let me show you what you don't understand. What Bill Cosby proved. The insurance company, when you pay insurance, the insurance company can pay without your permission.
We know that, yes.
Okay,
I know that.
Okay, so that means that when they pay it, it goes to you. They say you paid this because you pay the premiums.
Yeah, but I don't know if he paid or if the insurance company. I don't know who paid.
The insurance company pays. The insurance company paid the one, that preacher that was in Georgia, that $25 million. Eddie Long. The insurance company paid.
I don't know.
Right.
I don't know. I don't have no. I can't. I don't know who. I know it was based on his situation. But I don't know.
Bill Cosby, the woman that won the 200-something thousand, she was trying to sue Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby said, if you get that money, I'm gonna come back and sue you. They advised him to pay. They did that plenty of times back in those times. You get advised, pay it off because you don't want the media to do this, it'll quiet down. That's been, come on now, y'all know that's been done so many times and the people wasn't guilty. So
I know it's been done. I'm not gonna say the people wasn't guilty. They just paid him to go away. So I know that's done. But I'm not gonna say that. You can't say because they paid him off, it meant they didn't do it. Sometimes it's
I'm saying is all the ones that y'all said that was in the court that said that they did, they was found out a liar. One of them killed himself. So the ones
you mean with the Michael Jackson situation?
Yes.
Okay. But what I'm saying, brother, is that he admitted it. Maybe not this child here, maybe not the ones you're talking about, maybe not RZA, but he had admitted that he actually was in the bedroom, not in the room, in the physical bed with the child. He admitted that.
Okay, well,
and so he there's two of them that he paid off. He had to deal with this one here. But the last one, I guess, whatever. But there's two that he paid off because he just said, let me just let it go away because for whatever reason. Now, the question we got to ask ourselves is, if this man's got millions of dollars to have high-powered lawyer, $800 an hour lawyers, and these people probably ain't got a dirt dime to themselves, a dirt dime, why wouldn't he just defend himself if he's right? Why wouldn't he just defend himself?
That because
I would, wouldn't you? If a kid came and said, wait, let me ask you this, Ron Eric. If a kid came and said, you brought some kids in, you let them take the sleeping bag in the bedroom, you let them have the sleeping bag, and they said, and you gave them, you stepped in the sleeping bag and you gave them the bed, and they said you was in the bed with them and doing all kind of other stuff with them, wouldn't you defend yourself as opposed to paying them not to come to court?
No, I would defend my dignity because I know what I did or did not do.
Okay, so my next question is, if that's what you and me and probably every other person that know they're innocent would do, why didn't he do that?
No, that's not.
Bro, Clarence, play that YouTube video I just put in the back chat. That's the guy, Jordan Chandler, that Michael or his insurance company paid him in excess of $20 million.
Yes. Yes. And you see what happened to him?
$20 million, and that kid never recanted. So that
where's that kid at? Where's that kid at today?
Said Michael did it.
Where's that kid at today?
Who knows? What difference does it? Grown ass man now.
$25 million. Who cares?
Yeah, he's a grown man. What he is now.
Hey, Bonnet, he's probably on the French Riviera.
I think that's the kid that killed himself.
Okay,
that's
maybe
the kid that killed himself. I think that's the kid that killed himself. But you know why he killed himself?
What does any of that have to do
because he lied,
whether or not
and out of
it was true? That's all I'm saying.
Let's see. Because like we speculating, we don't know if this is the guy that actually deleted himself or not. So let's try to look that up. Let's try to find out.
Court settlement was reached in the civil case between Michael Jackson and the family of the boy who accused him of crimes the year before. The amount paid was in the range of $23 million. And although it was made clear that the settlement was in no way an admission of guilt on Michael Jackson's part, many speculated why a man would pay such a high price to avoid the case going to court. Much has been made on the ongoing impact these allegations had on Michael Jackson thereafter, arguing that even though no crime was proven in the courts, they forever tainted his name and King of Pop status, sending Jackson down a whole public image and personal spiral that he never could quite recover from, leading to his eventual demise. It is obvious the devastating effect this whole saga had on Michael, but what is often forgotten in the public realm is what impact this had on the boy behind the allegations, Jordan Chandler. Having been thrown out of obscurity headfirst into the biggest tabloid scandal of the time, what ramifications did this legal, criminal, and media onslaught have on the then 13-year-old boy and those around him? Having become one of the world's biggest media targets, and then overnight acquiring obscene wealth many could only dream of, does that now 42-year-old man that boy became live an elusive life of luxury thanks to the scandal that surrounded him all those years ago? Or did the traumatic experience forge a path of destruction and personal turmoil that no amount of means could absolve? Here's the detail. After months of negotiations, the estimated $23 million settlement announced that day required $15 million to be set aside for the child in a trust until he turned 18. Then, Jordan's longtime divorced parents would receive $3 million between them, with his biological mother, June, and biological father, Evan Chandler, due to receive $1.5 million each. The remaining $5 million then went to the Chandler's legal team. However, although the civil case was settled, the criminal investigation against Michael Jackson would continue. Los Angeles District Attorney Gil Garcetti maintains that the settlement did not affect the criminal investigation and that it also did not prevent Jordan from testifying. However, since the settlement, Jordan Chandler adamantly refused to cooperate with the criminal case. In the coming months,
Santa Barbara and the Los Angeles grand jury held hearings in the Jackson investigation.
Okay, and just for the record, Mr. Von Erich, typically to receive that settlement payout, you usually have to sign an NDA. You usually have to refuse cooperation.
He didn't.
Excuse me, he didn't. So they gave him $23 million.
Not only that, see, y'all go on, y'all two is
I'm
all
asking
Michael. Wait a minute, y'all two is heavy on Michael Jackson. He didn't
No,
sign
I'm
it.
just saying, I'm heavy on the parents. I don't
Thank
even blame
you,
Michael.
because
I'm heavy on the parents who sent their
okay,
fucking
thank
kids
you,
over there.
thank you, because the parents should have
I blame the parents.
Thank you, thank you.
I said we
along with
started
it.
there, Von Erich.
Thank you. But no.
It don't have to be Michael Jackson. If a parent, if
Michael
Clarence sends his
Jackson.
granddaughter to your house, I'm gonna kick Clarence's ass.
But
Unless you got another little girl
I'm saying this.
Like,
First
what
of
you
all, he did not admit that he did anything
No,
wrong.
he never
right
admitted.
there,
No, he never admitted
right
that.
there.
Never
is-
admitted.
so what y'all was saying, I'm killing y'all right now.
Oh,
So far,
Lord.
I'm killing y'all. I'm killing you and Clarence right now. So far, because y'all said that he slept in the same bed and he did not. Y'all
And he
said
admitted that he laid in the bed with them.
Okay,
He
well,
admitted
pull it
that.
up. Pull it up,
Okay.
brother
Well,
Clarence.
I'm finna get to it. But what I said, and I still stand by, was while some of the kids that went to his house said he never slept with them, some did. Whether they could prove it or not is a separate issue.
See,
they
that's why I
still
said-
made the accusation, and
Right.
some of them never pulled it back. They
Right.
just couldn't prove it because
Oh,
Michael said
wait
he
a
did.
minute.
But
Wait
it
a
doesn't
minute.
mean he didn't do it. It just means they
Hold
couldn't
up.
prove it.
Hold up.
And that's fair.
That's why I asked both of y'all. Did y'all see the transcript? Because you said that he said he slept with them. When they said slept with him, what do they mean? Because he slept on the floor and somebody slept on the bed. That's still sleeping.
Okay, so let's Von Erich.
No, I just know the law.
Von
What
Erich,
the law
Von
does.
Erich, let's interchange the word slept with
Right.
laid in the bed, same bed with them. Whether they slept or were just playing games or whatever.
Oh, staring at the
they just
ceiling,
laid in the
making
bed with
shadow
them.
puppets.
Whatever, right? Because maybe they didn't fall asleep together. So I'll give you that. But
I've been in the bed with a whole lot of people and getting
and
sleep.
playing under the covers and all of that. You know.
No. That is that you need to pull that up because he did not sleep or laid in the bed with them. So far, he did not. So let's pull it up and show me that.
I got it. Wait. I got it right here. There is
Okay.
no dispute that at age 34, Michael Jackson slept more than 30 nights in a row in the same bed with 13-year-old Jordy Chandler at the boy's house with Chandler's mother present. He also slept in the same bed with Jordy Chandler at Chandler's father's house. The parents were divorced. I think that's the first one.
Hold up.
Yeah, that's the
Are
one
you
right
reading
here.
from- wait a minute. Are you reading from? I asked you because I think you didn't hear me. I asked you to pull up with Michael Jackson because y'all said
We
Michael
know he
Jackson
didn't
said
admit.
it. So I want y'all to because I'm killing y'all right now because you.
Well,
you're
I mean,
reading from
he didn't say. Wait.
I'm killing both of y'all because
he's not going to admit something like that. He's not going to admit something like that on tape.
Now you're going to say
what I'm saying.
Okay. But Von Erich, this kid Jordan Chandler never withdrew his claims.
Where is Jordan
And Michael Jackson never disputed it.
This kid claimed that Michael Jackson not only slept with him, but he claimed sexual acts.
Right. That's what this guy.
This kid even claimed sexual act and never recanted it.
Okay, now
they paid him off civilly. He took the money and went away.
Now, did y'all also, because I see y'all reading things like Brother Clarence just read from things. Did you read about how his mother's status was, the things that she did, especially when Chris Tucker said she was?
Yeah,
did y'all read about that? Okay, so let's.
I agree with you, but we're doing let's just think logically for a second, Von Erich. If your son or my son or Rico's son, if one of them came to us and said that I was spent the night at Big Ron Ron's house down the street, and he got in the bed with us. We were playing games, And so then Big Ron said, "Well, I didn't sleep with them. I slept in the on the couch or in
On
the
the
sleeping
floor.
bag, right?" And which is true. He slept in but as far as getting in the bed with him, he did get in the bed with him to play games with him or whatever, right?
He got out and slept.
Otherwise, why would he have the proximity so close in the first place? So that he could obviously have quick access to them at certain point.
Brother Bomb, let me say
first
this.
of all, I had my first child. I had my first and only child at 45 years old.
Okay.
He ain't going nowhere.
Okay. Brother Bomb, let me say this.
My son is not going nowhere.
Hey, let me say this. I got to drop for a second, Brother Bomb. But let me say this because I heard you mention Clarence, but I heard you mention the parents. And that's a very, very, very valid point. But what you need to understand, if you know anything about crimes against children, the most vulnerable children that pedos tend to go after, they target broken homes. They don't go after children with a mother and a father and the nuclear family, because those are parents who look after the children. They target projects, trailer parks, broken families, because those children are the least. Sometimes those kids can be gone for 2-3 days before anybody even notice they're gone or they're missing. And when I'm saying they're that calculated that when those predators are preying, they look for certain types of children. They look for troubled children because they usually come from troubled homes, and they can get away with a lot more as opposed to a good kid from a good home. So the thing when they talk about I'm like, the majority of the children that you will find, not like 90% of the children who have ended up being, touched, molested, assaulted, have come from very difficult, traumatic backgrounds in the beginning, which made it so much easy for them to fall prey. So, I'm not surprised that obviously this kid's parents was jacked up.
Right.
Most of the kids that was going to Michael's house, their parents were jacked up. Almost. And they were happy. They were damn near selling their kids to him.
Right.
Because that's how messed up they are.
Right. If you say Michael Jackson, right? If you say some of his actions that he has done, it looks like, if I look from the outside, I'm outside. I don't know what's going on in. I'm a person that's on the outside looking in. And in some of his actions that he has done, does it fit the characteristic of a predator? I would say yes. Yes. But did he, because this what the organization did, and they knew this, that's why they went after Michael Jackson. Because they knew on the outside looking in, it looks mysterious. It looked like he's a predator.
Yeah.
And to the eyes of the political public, it looked like he molested kids. Yes. But did he actually do it? That's the thing.
Right. I don't know.
That's why I said hearsay. Now, if you say,
whoa, me and Rico never said he did anything.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
All we said was he got in the bed with
Von Eric. What I blamed was the parents for even putting their children. This is what I'm saying, Von Eric. As a parent, don't even put your children in a questionable circumstance.
Right.
If it just looks shady, the fuck you send them over there for? That just don't look right. As a parent, we're supposed to always have, that shit don't look right. Don't smell right.
Yeah.
I'm
going too.
You want to go to Mr. Von Eric's house, and Mr. Von Eric is how old? He's 45. He ain't got no kids. He live with his mama. Fuck you going over there for? That's my first question. What the fuck is he asking you to go over there for? You know what I'm saying? It just don't smell right.
I do the same, but I will feel the same way sending my children to some Boy Scout. For what?
Oh, yeah, I get that. Because nowadays, look, today,
who's in charge of?
Absolutely. Today, I ain't sending my kids to church by themselves. Not to the Catholic Church. Hell no. But that's what we know now. Back then, they were thought of as differently. And that's why I think nowadays parents are even more protective. But even back then, it was sketchy to send your kid. Back then, I'll be honest with you, the Boy Scouts and the church, people would still sleep behind the wheel. Most parents now, they woke. They don't play that shit because they know. But back then, you still would sleep behind the wheel on the Boy Scouts. You would still sleep behind the wheel on the church.
Yeah, definitely.
You still would sleep behind the wheel. And it wasn't just the Catholic church. That shit was happening in the Baptist church too.
Right. And you would see people was probably, let's go by, because Michael Jackson been having that Neverland rant since the 80s.
Oh, yeah.
So that was set up as a kids thing for kids, because he had kids that had cancer coming there, who was disabled. He had all types of kids coming there. So it was set up as a kids attraction.
It makes sense to me. You invite a bunch of kids in.
Right.
They play all day.
Right.
And then they go to fuck home. That makes sense to me.
And they had their own room, and
That
they had
makes
their
sense
own.
to me.
Their parents
It
have
makes
their
sense to
own.
me. They come.
Yeah, they have their own.
Oh,
suite.
we open the park. We bring in 300
Right.
kids. Y'all play. You play with the Bobo the chimp. You play with all the birds and all the other stuff. You ride the rides. I feed you, and then y'all get the fuck on and go home. That makes sense. That's a normal amusement park. Disneyland, you don't spend a night. They close the park and kick your ass out.
Well, go.
Shout out
take the time out. Take
basketball channel.
Read. Just go and listen to RZA, because the way he describes it, it was nothing like what they was going on in the
That was
media.
his experience, though, brother. That's his experience.
Right.
Okay,
that's just like 90% of the guys that went to Eddie Long's church. They thought he was a great guy. He was.
But 10%.
But no, hold up. But every of those kids that was around Eddie Long said he was shady. Majority of those kids, those young boys around Eddie Long, was said you did not have. This is not just RZA. It was a lot of people. That's the kids that said
brother,
he did.
You know how predators. This is how predators work, man. Predators don't prey on everybody. They pick the wickedest ones. You ever seen the lions in the jungle? You know what the first thing they do when they get to the wildebeest? They get them running.
Yeah.
Why? Because
you're talking about
which ones are the slowest ones. Which ones are the weakest ones?
The old and the young.
The old one, exactly. And the children. They want to see which ones are the ones that ain't gonna be able to keep up.
No problem.
Fight back.
And so that's how predators work.
I got you, but you still cannot. You have to say the same thing on the other people that said he didn't do it. You can't just say, "Oh, well, predators work like this," and okay. You still have to go on the other side and say, "Oh, well, predators did not do it," or "This is not a predator." Don't just blame him because what you think, and you think that he did this. You was not there. You was not in there.
I never said he did anything.
It still takes the people. I just told y'all, the people that said that he did. Look what happened to him,
Brother Vaughn.
They said they was alive.
Do you got the off the wall poster on your wall?
No, I just don't. No, I do that. I do that for all because I just don't like the law. What the law is doing, especially when we just did the CRT, what the law is doing and doing it just for most of the people like Michael Jackson, Bill Cosby, all people like that, and then we automatically just go right along with them without. Because my sister. My sister is a civil rights attorney that worked for the government.
Okay.
And when it comes to those things, when it comes to that, when it comes to the law, when it comes to that, I don't play around. I go listen, I go read transcripts and all of that because I don't like when the law take advantage of our people, but then someone else can go down there and do it. Look at Elvis Presley and all of them. You don't see none of them getting all in court doing all that stuff, and they molested. Look how Hugh Hefner.
They got a different law for them.
Yeah, Michael. The woman just took Bill Cosby to court about something underage. Okay, why didn't you take Playboy to court? Why didn't you take why didn't you take
Playboy dead?
No, his daughter got switched to headquarters in California.
Okay, but Hugh Hefner's dead. That's the one.
I said, why did they take Playboy? She runs Playboy. Why did they take Playboy to court?
Yeah, why did she take Playboy to court? But what I want to establish is that we never said he did, because we don't
I ain't said he did it.
we don't know what he did. We don't know what he did.
The
But
nature
what
of
is
the
not
parents.
disputed is that he was getting into bed with children
or
at 45,
here's the
50
thing.
years old.
Here's
That's
the thing,
not
Von
disputed.
Eric.
And that's
No,
what
he
I'm
was
saying.
not getting to bed. He slept on
Okay,
the
okay,
floor.
okay,
Okay, let me read your article. Let me read your article. Wait, guys.
That's why I leave. I'm not disputing whether or not he did it because I don't know. So I'm not going to say he did. I'm not going to say the kids are lying. What I'm saying is what's problematic for me as a parent, because it even goes back to the Orlando Brown, where I said the parents dropped the ball and Michael dropped the ball. The parents should have never allowed their children to stay overnight. And Michael, as a 40-something-year-old grown-ass fucking man, should have been telling them kids, get the fuck out and go home. Because me, as a grown man, I'm not even having any. When I married my wife, I felt uncomfortable because she had a 10-year-old daughter.
Right.
I had to work through that because of a constant fear as a black man. You know, people will misperceive anything. It took a while. So, other than my grandkids, I don't be around nobody else's kids. I'm like, no, take them motherfuckers on. When I coach football, okay, football game practice over. Come get your fucking kids. They're not gonna accuse me of nothing.
Right.
That's how you. So Michael should have been on that program, and the parents should have been taking them, and we wouldn't even be having this conversation.
That's true.
Both dropped the ball. The parents should have let the children stay, and he was a fucking fool for letting them kids stay. They both were idiots.
Now that I must agree with. That I must agree with, because now you putting a responsibility on both adults. Both, because he should, because anything that you
brother, we've been doing that.
No, y'all did not.
Clarence, I got him.
No, y'all did not.
We did.
But I'm saying about what you just said, Brother Rico, is absolutely true, because whatever you do in this world, it has consequences. And by him putting himself in those positions, by him having the status that he is and the money that he has, that has to be in the back of your head what could happen. So yes, I do. But Clarence, Brother Clarence, don't you even try. Because y'all,
we've been saying this, man, from the beginning.
Hey, Von Eric, hold it down, Negro sauce. I'll see you when I get back.
All right, brother.
Get him, Von Eric. Get his old ass.
All right. Shout out to Brother Rico, man. All right, Von Eric, let me ask you a question, brother. Is Vanity Fair, would you consider that a credible establishment as far as reporting and journalism?
Anything, it's all hearsay to me, because anything, unless you are able to look at the court transcript,
there was no court. There's no court in this situation. There's no court documents because it was never brought to court.
No. I'm talking about as far as what you get ready to see in Vanity is hearsay. It's still
let's read the hearsay then. Let's read the hearsay.
No problem.
All right. So number one, this is 10 undeniable facts about the Jordan case. And I got a special connection to this case, by the way, but 10 undeniable Michael Jackson cases, right? About Michael Jackson. 10 undisputable facts about Michael Jackson's cases, right? There is no dispute that at age 34, Michael Jackson slept more than 30 nights in a row in the same bed with 13-year-old Jordie Chandler at the boy's house with Chandler's mother present. He also slept in the same bed with Jordie Chandler at Jordie Chandler's father's house. The parents were divorced. Okay? That's the first issue. Now, see, because what we have to do is just like in a murder case. The person that got murdered is not going to get out of the grave and come out and say, well, let me tell you guys exactly what happened. There's some things we have to take make logical assumptions to make everything fit, right? So that's why we're doing what I'm saying, because if he was innocent and he got these millions of dollars, these people don't have nothing. It would have been real easy for him to just, defend himself in court, right? But he chose not to. He chose to go ahead and just pay the boy off. Now, why would you do something like that? Let me ask you something. Let me stop right there. Let me ask you, Von Eric, why would you do something like that?
Because his advisors probably told him, which they did a lot back in those days, is to pay it off so it can all go away.
But I'm saying, why? Why not? If you're innocent, why even have this hanging over your head? Why even pay?
No, it wasn't. That's what they said. It when you're being advised, they don't say, they say, listen, we can always pay and do this and pay the settlement, so it won't keep going on in the media.
But you ended up having to pay it anyway, and it did go on the media.
When they came back, this is what he did. He paid that settlement, right? Then the other people was making a political. They was running on a political thing, just like they did Bill Cosby. They was running on a political platform to get Michael. So that's when he said, you know what? This time I'm not going to settle. I'm going straight to court, and I'm going all the way through. They just if I go to jail, I just go to jail. But this time he didn't listen to his advisors back then. He didn't. And
he didn't listen to him on which account?
When the account when you said he paid the money, they paid the money.
Okay, so his advisors told him he should go to court and fight it.
No, his advisors told him to pay it off, plus the insurance company. The insurance company can pay a settlement or pay, and because they don't want to get into their pockets. They making money. You even going to.
But my point is, you already paying millions of dollars. That's what I'm saying. You already paying. So why not clear your name? If you're gonna pay it to the lawyers. Because if you win, they have to pay your lawyers' fees, right?
If
Michael Jackson win the case, the loser has to pay the winner's lawyers' fees, right? So he could have had that happen. Now these people don't have that kind of money, but definitely he could have won and had his name clear, even if he had to spend the same amount of money on defending himself in with the lawyers, right?
Nope. Not if you got people coming after you to making a political statement, and then you have the organizations that was coming after him for what he owned. So what he was doing, and this is what he was being advised. You have the people coming after him. You know they was coming after him because what he owned.
I understand that, brother.
And then you had the political.
If you're innocent, why not just say I'm innocent?
Because you got people
said
coming.
he was innocent.
You got people that's coming after you. You even though you're innocent, you know they picked judges, and then it was Bill Cosby was innocent, and you see what they did to him. He was innocent.
How do you know Bill Cosby was innocent? How do you know he was innocent? You assuming that he is innocent.
Bill Cosby was innocent because you can see. Have you read that? That's why first thing, have you read the transcript? Because I read transcripts.
I have not read the transcript.
Okay, that's one. Also, Bill Cosby, as far as what he was doing, things that they was coming after him, he did not have sex with all those women. Did you ever look at the interview of Monique Presley, what she said? She said some of those women was at a party and Bill Cosby touched their hand. That's considered a sexual assault.
I'm not saying you haven't. I'm just saying I'm talking. Let me talk about the ones that actually. I'm talking about the ones that actually was in the, bedroom and in an intimate situation with him. I'm not even talking about the ones that he just because they got rid of the governor out there in New York. All he did was give a chick a hug, and they got rid of her. They got rid of him, got him on sexual assault charges, right?
Who?
Cuomo.
Right, but I'm just saying, Bill Cosby, as far as those women, he did.
Matter of fact, he just told a joke.
None of those women. Matter of fact, none of those women. He did not go to court for. If that court that he went to was the one that he said he actually did have a relationship with. The other rest, they was not credible in court. None of those women was credible in court.
All right, let me ask you this, brother. None of those women were credible in court. But how do you know whether they're credible or not? How do you know that Bill Cosby is innocent? What did you read in the transcript that proved his innocence to you?
As far as what he did to
as far as him sleeping with them without their permission,
he did not go to court for those women that he slept with.
Okay, so what was
he? That's what we fail. We fail when we get and listen to what the media without investigating. He did not go to court for sleeping with none of those women that you're talking about. Then some of those women that you're talking about was assault. That means they took it after he touched them. He was in line. He rubbed up against them while he was going through the line or something like that. And they consider that as an assault. Okay. None of those
women.
Let
me ask you again, brother, because you avoiding my question. What did you read? Since you said you read the transcripts.
Right.
Because I can admit I haven't. So you saying you read the transcripts. Mm-hmm. What was in the transcripts that outlined Bill Cosby's innocence
because
from whatever they were charging him with? First of all, since you read the transcripts, what were they actually charging him with?
He was in charge of an assault.
Okay, so he had one charge of assault.
He was sexual assault. I can't remember the rest of them. Assault,
okay.
Giving a drug, a statement to something for someone to sexual sodomy or something like that. But those was the as far as the case, and then the case wasn't supposed to go to court. So we know that. We know that case. They violated his rights. Everything Bill Cosby, Bill Cosby said, yes, I slept with her. Yes, I gave her a Benadryl. He admitted it.
Yeah.
So, but they took him to court, right? They took him to court where he wasn't supposed to go to court. That violated his rights. So right there, it shows you what the government can do and what things they can do, and you can be innocent.
I agree. I agree with you on this. They wasn't supposed to take him to court, and they did it anyway. And then they had to retract that. So I agree with you on that one. But my point is, let's say because this is a contention I have with men. This has nothing to do with Bill Cosby or Michael Jackson or anybody. The contention I have with men is because a lot of times, and I want to put this information out there on Eric, so I'm glad you brought it up. But a lot of time as men, we think because we did the same thing with the case with what's his name, Keelan Walker. So because the woman is not fighting or disputing anything, we could think that and shout out to Quantum. We could think that the woman is okay with everything because she's submitting and letting you do what you're trying to do, right? Mm-hmm. But that doesn't mean she gave you her consent.
Right.
You follow? So that's where they can get a lot of these guys is because the woman can come back later and say, well, I never gave my consent. I submitted out of fear. I submitted out of whatever the reason. I submitted to this situation and let it happen at that time. But I never gave my consent. And that's what they was trying to get Bill Cosby on, in my opinion, because he admitted that he used to, drug the girls or whatever, because that's what they did back then.
Yeah.
That's what everybody did it. So it wasn't like he was the only one that did it, but everybody did it back then, right? Mm-hmm. But we obviously knew it was a money grab, especially for that one, the white chick that really got the ball started. I forgot her name, but everybody just got in line to get their check, right? Mm-hmm. But anyway, my point is that we got to make sure that when you are intimate with someone, that you got their consent, because if you don't have their consent, they may submit to you anyway, and you think I'm good. Especially these young guys having these one-night stands. You submit to somebody, you think you're good, and then
you got to know the law. I tell you, it was a case here in Maryland, right?
Okay.
The woman was having sex with one guy, right? And she gave consent, right? Then she was having sex with another guy, and they was having sex. He was, pumping, and then she said, "Stop." and he didn't. He pumped 2 more times. That's considered rape.
Yes.
It was considered rape. Because
Yes.
once a woman says stop, you
Yes.
have to stop right there.
Now here's the contradiction. Here's the bad part about being a man. Here's the bad part. Huddle up, all y'all. Huddle up, all you young guys. Huddle up. And I see you, Black Basketball Channel. I'm gonna get you in just a minute, but let me huddle up, because I gotta tell y'all something. As men, this is where y'all go wrong. A woman can give you consent all the way up until she see you about to distribute your sperm, right?
Yeah.
At that point where you are about to distribute the sperm, what is that called? That is called an involuntary action. But she can say stop. But that's an involuntary action, just like blinking. That's how you can get yourself in trouble. That's why you got to know the character of the person. Because if they say stop in the middle of you performing this involuntary act, how you gonna stop this? It's involuntary. But some of these women know what they're doing. They understand that it's involuntary. That's right the moment where they're gonna tell you to stop, because this is an involuntary action. So now, especially if you Drake or somebody, I'm not talking about if you regular Dan the man that works at Kenny's shoe store. I'm talking about if you Drake or Boosie or one of these dudes that you got a lot of money, they can play that game with you because they already understand this situation. So you got to be careful out here. A woman can consent to you, and then at the moment where she realizes the involuntary action is about to occur, she can say, stop. Too late. The involuntary action is going. That makes sense right there?
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. That's what and you got to understand how the law is and what the law stands for. Because if you don't, you can slip up. That consent is very important, because once she changed her mind, you have to stop right then and there. There's no, oh, I thought she was just playing. No, you can't do that.
And they don't give you credit. They're not going to give you credit for saying to you, oh, this is biology. They're not going to give you credit and say, this is biological situation here. I wasn't able to stop because this is an involuntary, right? When you're in the process of transferring ownership of the sperm that you have collected in the sacs designed to collect it, when that process is occurring, that is an involuntary action. But anyway, let me come back to that real quick, Van Eric, because I want to address Black Basketball Channel. He said, when I said everybody, that was wrong. I shouldn't have said everybody used to drug people. There was a culture in the entertainment industry back in the day where they would do stuff like that. That is a fact, okay? That's what they would do when they would party with people. You would have all types of drugs, all types of intoxicants around, and women knew that. Most of the women that were involved in that lifestyle, they knew that already. So it wasn't no big deal. Now, when did it become a big deal? It would become a big deal when it was Cosby and everybody got in line because I forgot that chick's name. But the chick that got the ball rolling, she's the one that got the ball rolling, and everybody got in line and said, "Oh yeah, it happened to me too." A lot of them were with it.
Yeah.
What am I lying about, brother?
You talking about
Cosby? What am I
Cosby?
lying about? Huh?
Oh, you talking about Cosby, right?
Yeah, I think the brother's talking about Cosby. Wait a minute, he says, who was in the women while they were knocked out? Who? Oh, I'm sure he was, and other people were too, brother. I'm not disputing what he did. I'm not disputing what he even admitted that he was doing stuff like that. He was with women while they were asleep. Yeah, I'm not disputing none of that, man. Wait, bro. We're not absolving him from doing that. What we're saying is, if they're gonna go after Cosby, they got a lot of other people on the list they shouldn't be going after. That's all we're saying.
Oh yeah, because
that was the culture at the time.
Yeah, Sister Risa Neal made a good point. She said Cardi B drugged people, drugged men.
Admitted it.
And admitted it. I don't see nobody going after her like that. Right. I don't see nobody going after her like that.
Ain't nobody going after her.
Right.
Ain't
And Bill Cosby, that when he said he was drugging, sleeping with a whole bunch of women when they was drugged, that's not true. He did not say that. He said he did that with Constantine. He gave her a Benadryl. And she said that's what he said to her. I'm just saying what he said. And he did sleep with her while she was under that what's the name? And she felt that it wasn't her consent due to she was under the influence, which okay.
That's true.
Which is okay, no problem. But let's not say that because that woman that went and got all those women that he talking about that was on crack came to testify on crack, even in a courtroom. Come on, man. Come on. People just talking because they in their emotions. They just the way they feel. They in their emotions. So they just want to blame somebody because they in their emotions.
Oh man, yeah, man. They got him on a bunch of stuff, man. They couldn't get him on the rape charges because they were too old. The assault charges, I think there was only one of them that they could even reach back for. That they tried to do it, and it was still the way they did it. They violated his rights. They had to let him go.
Yeah, and some of the women wasn't. The women wasn't credible. They lied.
Well, I mean, but the whole point is that we as men, we got to stop putting ourselves in situations like this.
And
that's my point. My point is,
true.
don't put yourself in a situation like that. Like when I was coaching basketball, my son was like maybe 7, 8, 9, 10, whatever. I was coaching a little, basketball league. I had a girl. They gave me a girl, right? I had 9 boys. About 12, 11 boys, 1 girl, right?
Mm-hmm.
No, take it back. I think I had about 10. I had about 10 players altogether. So I had 1 girl, 9 guys, 1 girl, right? And she would always, at the beginning of the game, she would always say, "Coach, can you take my earrings off? I don't want to go on the court with my earrings off." Beautiful little black dark skin sister, beautiful, man. I said, "No, go over there and tell your mother to take your earrings off." Why? Do I really want people watching me hovering over this little girl that probably came up to my waist and me trying to get her earrings off?
Right.
Do I need people seeing me in that situation?
Right.
No, I don't, right? So I used to tell her, after about the 3rd or 4th time she finally got it. Hey, Coach is not going to take my earrings off. Why even go to him? Let me go to my mom. Right?
Yeah, let's go to your mom. Because not these day of time, because the way things that could be perceived one way, and it's not that way, but it could be perceived in that way.
Exactly. So, see, that was my whole point, Von Eric, from the beginning, was maybe Michael Jackson didn't actually do nothing to these children. I don't know. I wasn't there, but just he put himself in a position where the perception could be extrapolated out, right? You can't really once a story gets wheels on it, it's hard to reel it back in, right?
Right.
Whether it's true or not, it's hard to reel it back in once it gets started. So the best thing is to not put yourself in that situation, right? Or we as the parents not put our children in those situations, right? There's no way Michael Jackson, I don't care how many gold records he got, he's not coming over to my house and he's not getting into bed with my child.
Right.
Period.
That shit, that don't make any right there.
Right? I mean, you're like, what the hell is going on?
That right there tells me how America is. If Michael goes over there, sleeps in let's just say that story, what you're saying, sleeps in the same bed over her house and the father's house, and they get rewarded $25 million.
Well, they knew what they was doing. I think this was calculated. I think they got together and said, "Hey,
thank you.
We can get paid on this one.
Thank you.
Let's just do it."
If you let someone come over, but look what America did. They gave $25 million to people that allow a grown man, to come over their house, sleep with their child in the same bed. Both parents, the mother and the father.
Right.
That lets you know what in the world is going on with this law system.
Right.
and gave them and rewarded them. So actually, let's look at it. Actually, they rewarded both people. They rewarded 25 million people who participated into a pedophile. Yeah. Let's just say it was. They rewarded
they were complicit.
Their actions, what they did. $23 million. Tell me that's not crazy. But we only see it, and we only see it that. Come on, man. That lets you know something ain't right. Something is not right.
Well, see, here we go. Two of the fathers those who have committed, who accused Jackson, Jody Chandler and Wayne Robinson, committed suicide. Both were estranged from their sons at the time.
Right.
Holy smokes.
Right.
So that was the fathers.
Right.
Okay. So maybe see, he was so naive, Michael Jackson. I think that he put himself in such bad situations. He think, because sometimes we can think that people think like us. Like I think that, I'm into robbing people, and I think that everybody's into robbing people. So everybody I talk to like, they're a robber too, right? But sometimes we don't understand that people think different. Everybody thinks different. You know what I mean? So Michael Jackson, unfortunately, thought that, people would understand why he would be in the same bedroom with a child. But you can't be in the same bedroom with a child, because a person like me is going to say, why would you want to be in a bedroom with someone else's child? And you're like 30, 40 years older than them.
Right.
That to me ain't going to make no much sense. And I'm going to ask questions. But he didn't ever have enough sense to realize people going to ask you questions when you do something strange like that. But he didn't consider that strange.
Right.
That's my point.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Well, if you just like I said, what Rico said, the things that he did perceived to him to be like a pedophile, yes. His actions, yes. And those actions had consequences. And that's what went out all in the media and what the thing. But is he actually guilty? He could be guilty in
don't know.
Okay.
We don't know. We'll never know.
We never know. But let's look at it. What America did. They actually rewarded parents that participated in it. Look what America did. Look what America did with even in the same state that Cosby was in. That same state, that same DA went in front of the whole media and ran down what the people got. He had evidence and things that he had was presented to the grand jury on the Catholic priests. He said it was disgusting. Not one priest in that state went to court. But you took Bill Cosby. Not one priest. And those priests molested black children also. Not one of them went to court. You know why they didn't go to court?
Well,
because
I'm tell me.
The insurance company of the Catholic priests, the insurance company of the Catholic Church went to the legislative lobby so you couldn't go after them by law, because it's separated from church and state. So that's why they didn't go after those Catholic priests who molested all those boys.
I don't know, man. They after them now. I mean, they're going after them like 30 years later, 40 years later. They're going after them now, man. They're hard on their heels now.
Well, I hope. Well, it's about why it takes so long. What about the people who molested those kids from the Boy Scouts? What about them? Not one of them has been brought up on charges. But you got R. Kelly in jail 30, Bill Cosby, Michael Jackson, and all those, and they molested black kids too. You got all of those. But these people molested thousands of little boys. Makes no sense. But yet they get rewarded. They get rewarded and let go. But they always get Michael Jackson, all of them, put them in the limelight, put them on the media, on heavy rotation media. While these people right here molesting all these doggone boys and girls, kids.
Yeah.
That makes no sense.
Yeah. Well, let me read this. Let me read this from OG Patrice, because I think she's actually proving your point, brother. OG Patrice said, let's talk about Black life. the first little boy came forward on a British TV show when he was grown and said MJ never did anything to him. It was his parents that influenced him to say that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Holy smokes.
Yeah.
Holy smokes.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I said, I don't know what happened. I wasn't there.
Right.
And so I never said whether he did it or not. Now him actually getting in the bed, he did do that because he said that he did that. But other than that, I don't know what else he did. See, because he was so, in my opinion, he did something like that because he thought, this is not a strange situation to me. It's just like people that do, crazy stuff, man. They don't understand. They think, did somebody else come in here? I didn't even see them if they did. If they think, oh well, everybody's gonna understand. Me getting in the bed, this is just how much I love these children. This is me just getting in the bed. But no.
But let me tell you this. Let me tell you this, brother Clarence, because like you said, Michael, let me tell you this. The person who was the spokesman for the Catholic Church said on national television, he said, you cannot call it rape to a child if you did not penetrate. That is nasty. But yet no one kept that. No one kept that in heavy rotation. Wow. No one kept that. I don't see a lot of people talking about that. He said that on national television.
Wow. Wow.
That is nasty.
Wow, that's crazy, brother.
But we got all Bill Cosby, Michael Jackson, R. Kelly, all of them. And this man said that, it wasn't rape because the kids wasn't penetrated. Oh, okay. Oh, I see now. But they could just touch him and all of that and feel. That's some nasty stuff right there.
Hey, bro, I don't know, man.
All our other kids in there.
They going after them now, man. As a matter of fact, a few years ago, they had to sell a lot of their properties. I think they had to raise like $660 million.
Yeah.
To make up the difference between what they actually owed, and so they had to sell a lot of their properties. And what they would do is they would move the cat around. They would move the cats around, right? And that's sad, man. This cat is out there doing that kind of stuff, and you just move them around. But they still go there. I don't understand that, man. If I was going to a church like that, that's it. That's my last day at the church. If I find out you guys knew this guy was here and he was doing this stuff, and you moved him here, that's it. I'm out. She said also Corey Fetter in his book and Macaulay Culkin also said MJ didn't do anything to them. Yeah. Well, maybe he did. I mean, I don't know.
That's why I said most the people that said he did, something happened to him. One of them killed himself. The other ones said he lied.
Yeah, well, it said the article I just read is that both the dads deleted themselves. So, yeah. So I don't know, man. I don't know. Like I said, as far as what he did, as far as touching them, I don't know. I never really had one way or the other. Just the fact that you put yourself in that situation is very sketchy. That's very sketchy, brother. You know what I'm saying? If you came to me. Well, if you came to me and said, hey, man, my son said you did this to me, to him. And instead of saying I didn't do it, I just gave you a bunch of money. That would look sketchy to most people, right? They would say, well, at least he got some money over it. But did he actually do it? We don't know. The kid's saying he did do something outside of just getting in the bed with him. So,
but brother Clarence, you got to say that you got to go both ways. You got to say, it seemed like he did it, but then you got to look on the parent side. No, brother,
we never said that.
But I just want to make I just want to make a point because you said about that point. I just want to go on the other side. Why did a parent sign something to say he was not guilty? That's one. Why would they do that? If someone molested my child, oh no, you going to jail. You just not going to give me money and then I go away. No, you going to jail. You molested my son. I'm not going to just have you just going to pay me off and like everything. No, my son is going to be traumatically the rest of his life going to be mentally scarred. So you gotta go to jail. Ain't no if buts about that. You gotta pay for this. No,
I agree with you.
So that goes on both
So
sides.
how are we how are we opposed to each other?
No. I'm saying no. I'm not opposed to what you said. I'm saying when you say that about Michael, you still have to go on the other side and say the same thing about the parent. It shouldn't be just one said. It should be both of them should be said at the same time. Because
but I'm saying Michael because I'm putting the more because we as men especially, we have to be very, very alert because there's so many ways for us to be put in precarious situations. And yes, the parents, they ain't no they should be they just as responsible too. But sometimes there are unscrupulous people out there, man. And you gotta be the best person guarding you. You know what I'm saying? You gotta walk, take charge of your post and all type of property in view, man. You got to take charge of your post. The temple is you the temple. So
Right.
you got to take charge of that post. And so you can't rely on other people you can, hopefully they'll help you, but ultimately you are the main one in charge of your post and your temple. And so you have to take charge. There's people out there that's unscrupulous people, like these parents here, who got together and conspired to take the money off of this dude by putting Michael Jackson in, or helping him help himself into a position, realizing that it's just like a girl, man. You from Maryland, right? You from Bighorn, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so just like LA, man. These sisters are street smart, man. They sit there, talk to you for about 10, 15 minutes, and they figure out where you're weak at. They got all they need is about 15 minutes to talk to you, and they'll find out where your weakness is. They find out where your strengths are, and they can work you where you're weak at, right? They sat down with him, and they found out where he was weak at. He was very, now I won't say gullible, but where he was very thought that everybody, didn't think people was going to think bad about him by getting into bed with children. He thought that. They took advantage of his thinking like that and allowed him to get in that position. Because I agree with you, brother. If they would, it doesn't look good on both sides, on Michael Jackson's side or the parents' side. Because if he was really doing this kind of stuff to my son, and my son was coming and telling me, he'd be one and done coming to my house, right?
Right.
But the
court system rewarded it for him. Gave them a reward for their actions.
But brother, who's ultimately to blame for the situation?
Ultimate blame? All of them, all parties.
No, brother. The ultimate blame belongs to Michael Jackson.
No,
he should never have put himself in that situation.
No, you're right. He should never put himself in that situation.
Period.
The parents should never did what they did as far as letting a grown man, as that article says, sleep in a bed. And America should have never rewarded them $25 million for allowing them to participate, as they said he was a pedophile, and they participated with their actions and let him sleep in the same bed. So it's all parties. Michael.
Well. See, I want to make it clear. Because we got to put the most of the blame on Michael Jackson, because he's the one that actually got in the bed with the kid. We got to put most of the blame on him.
But according to the article, the parents allowed it.
But that's irrelevant to him. That's irrelevant to his decision to do that. Do you understand that?
That's why
that's irrelevant to his decision.
That's why I said all of them gets the blame. You're trying to put most of the blame. He couldn't did anything if the parents wouldn't allow it. You can't just come over no one's house and do anything that you want unless the parents. Okay. So once they allow him in the house and allow him to go in the room, that is a big. That's a big blame on both of their sides.
Hey, I'm not saying they don't have no blame. I'm saying that the most of the blame, because see, we got men out here, and men have to think in a strategic and a military manner. You have to think. You are the one in charge of your own situation. Well, you can't say, well, I'm going to fight it in court. I'm going to get in the bed with this kid, but if something happens, I'm going to fight it in court. You don't know how the court situation going to go. So the best way to fight anything is to not even put yourself in a position in the first place. You follow what I'm saying?
I agree. But see, listen to this. I agree mostly. If you would have said, like, over Michael's house, I think I would go pretty much on your side. But once he went over their house, went into their house, no one cannot go into your house unless you allowed it. That means that blame goes mostly on them because they allow him in their house. Like he gonna go and just push the door open. That blame, that goes flat on him.
Okay, brother, I agree with you. I do agree that they have a lot of blame, but I'm always going to try to get these young men, especially, to look at themselves as a moving target.
Yeah,
and you are a moving target. Yeah. And if you allow people to sit down with you, and or women too, right? There's guys out there, these pimps, and they know how to talk to you for about 10 minutes, and they find out where you're weak at. Oh, okay, you weak. You like to buy, you want somebody to buy you stuff all the time. Okay, let me pretend like I'm gonna buy you stuff all the time, and then I'm gonna get you into my stable. I'm gonna slowly bring you into my state. You know what I'm saying? So they find out where you weak at, and they exploit your weaknesses, right? And I'm saying with him, Michael Jackson, they figured out he was weak because he was so naive, thinking that other people, like they pretended probably like they, you like to get in the bed with, you want to get in the bed with little Johnny or whatever his name was, you want to get in the bed with little Johnny? Oh, that's no problem. We understand that over here. Like most grown people, if you went to their house, I don't care who you are, Drake or what, if they went to your house and said, "Hey, can I get in the bed with your child?" What the average person would say, "Are you crazy? Get out of here!" Right?
Oh, I probably will whoop the person's tail before you coming up to my door asking me for that. Yo, what is wrong with you? Just like you thinking that you can come up to my door and ask me that? Oh my goodness,
So that's my point, man. It's just like we gotta be more meticulous on how we handle stuff. Let me give you another example of what I'm talking about. Recently, I don't know if you was watching this show where I had Black Man Unfiltered on the show. Are you familiar with him as a content creator?
Yeah, I was on that. I think I was on that.
Okay. Oh yeah, you're right. You was on that. Okay. So remember when he was telling me, well, why come you didn't reach out to security boss? How come you didn't reach out to her? And I said to him, because I don't know what she's gonna do and what she's not gonna do. Let me tell you what's not gonna happen. What's not gonna happen is I sent an email to her. I sent another email to her. I sent another email to her. She don't respond to none of these emails. And then I get something back from YouTube saying, we're going to close your channel because you are harassing this person. See, that's not going to happen.
Right.
And so that was my point. I don't know. And he was like, well, she ain't that kind of person. She wouldn't do like that. How do I know?
How you know? You don't know.
I don't know.
Especially how things are in this day and time and how sensitive things are in this world right now. Yeah, it's you got.
I don't know how that's gonna go, and that's my point is. I'm not even gonna put myself in that position because let's say I put myself in that position and then they do that and then I go back and I gotta take 6 months to fight it and everything just to get back and spend all this money, maybe even going to court to fight it to come back online, right? For what? When I could just avoid that situation by looking at the worst case scenario, how my actions could walk into the worst case scenario and say, okay, if this can even lead to the worst case scenario, I'm not going to take that road. Right. Okay, I'm just not going to take that road. So I'm saying that's where that fell on me, right? Because we might not even be talking to each other right now. If I had done that and she pulled the trigger on that one, I might not even be here right now, right? But because I didn't do that, gave myself a fighting chance. I'm saying the same thing for Michael Jackson. Now, who would have been responsible? Oh, a security boss. She shouldn't have never did this. She never did that. Who cares? She don't know me. She may be like, I don't know what this dude's gonna do. He might try to dox me and go to my house or whatever. Right?
Right.
So I can understand her side of it.
Right.
I don't put neither one of us in that situation.
Right.
Just like Michael Jackson shouldn't have put himself in that situation, or the child or the parents in that situation. But you're right. I agree with you on this part. Right. They was willing to do whatever it took to get that money.
Right.
In my opinion, I think they conspired to set that situation up, knowing that he was naive to the
Right.
situation. So
And that's nobody's not going to touch my kid and just say, here you go with some money. Homie, you going to jail. Now you're going to give me some money because he could be mentally scarred for the rest of his life, and he's going to need something to pay those medical bills. But you won't go to jail.
Well, Von Eric, 23 million is 23 million enough?
No,
so that's
it's
probably
not. It's not. Look what happened.
Probably about 45 million today.
You can see 25 million enough. You look what happened to his father. Look what happened to the dad. They killed themselves.
Right.
So that I'm not going to accept no 25 million with no justice going to jail. No, my kid could be mentally scarred for the rest of his life because what you have done to him as a young child. No, you're going to jail. No, forget that. No, you're not going to just say and then going to say I can't testify. No, that's not happening. You're going to jail. You going to jail. If that 25 million don't come with jail time, nah, bro. We gonna take this. We gonna take this to court because you going to jail.
25 million definitely ain't coming with jail time.
Well, I'm sorry. Something gonna have to happen. He going to jail.
Okay.
Somebody got to go to jail because if he go to jail and I don't get my money, no problem. God will make a way that I take care of my son when it comes to the medical bills. But he gonna sit up in that jail. You ain't gonna be doing that. Not to no children. No.
I get you, brother. Okay, Brother Von Eric, I'm enjoying talking to you, brother, but definitely got to try to get out of here, man, because I might do another one later. So let's get some closing remarks, brother. Let's get what do you want to? You got any closing remarks about anything we've been talking about, man?
I agree with you saying and Rico saying as far as especially with like what you were saying, you got to watch what you put yourself into because the way the world is today, it's heavy consequences.
Yeah,
and that's goes for men and women.
Yeah.
So you want to make sure that you know the law. That's very important. Know what you can do, what you can't do. It's things that they have a law here in Baltimore. It was a slave law. If you don't have $2 in your pocket, they can take you to jail.
Wow, really?
Yeah, that's a slave law. So you have to know the law. I know some people won't be able to because they're working, they got to take care of their children and things like that. I got that. I understand that. And that's I know some people don't accept that because the law says if you don't know the law, you can get that don't have no excuse.
Yeah, in California they say ignorance of the law is no excuse. Yeah.
So that means you have to know, you should know as much as possible that you can, and so you won't get yourself in a predicament that it'll be hard for you to get out or you can't get out of it. And I know a lot of people It's like I gave y'all that article with those kids that the judge was putting them in jail when no law existed.
Yeah,
that's a shame.
Yeah.
So it's important to know the law, know your environment, where you at, and to make sure. And it's hard. It's not easy. It's hard. You could walk down the street just to get something out the store and end up being in a situation that has nothing to do with you. So I just want to make sure. But I just think just be aware of your surroundings and know the law. And I enjoy talking to everybody and listening to the chat. And once again, blessing to all, and I love you all.
Hey, man, we love you too, man. We appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you, man, so much, man. Thank you for coming up. And I'm going to pull you down, Von Eric. Thank you, man, for talking to us, man. You always bring that light to the stage, man. Appreciate you, brother. All right. That's my brother, Von Eric, man. Always welcome him in. Even if you disagree with it, he make it sound so good. What can you do? You gotta just take it up. All right, y'all. All right, we're gonna get out of here, y'all. Okay, what y'all think about the show? We're trying to get better. We're trying to engage y'all. We're trying to give y'all a chance to engage with us earlier before we talking for 3 or 4 hours. We wanted to try and engage y'all earlier. Tell us what y'all think, man. Y'all think that's better that we engage y'all earlier, or y'all want to just hear me and old Wrinkly talking all the time, or y'all let us know what y'all think. Me, Wrinkly, and Patrice. But y'all let us know what y'all think and what y'all want us to do. We trying to build the channel around what y'all want, what y'all want us to do, and at the same time educate us on some things that maybe we not educated on, right? So anyway, y'all get back to us in the either in the chat or either in the comments or either in the you can email me, whatever, let me know. Hey, Clarence, why don't y'all do this? Or Clarence, why don't y'all do that? You know what I mean? And we'll at least look at it, investigate it. Okay, let's do the rundown, y'all. Let's do the rundown. The chat, man, it's just so it's the chat is always in a strong performance, always a strong performance in the chat because you guys' reputation precedes you. We don't have no effery coming through here, man. Very limited on a very limited basis. But we straight out, we talk about the issues, and we get it done. We get it done. So I appreciate everybody in the chat. I try to shout everybody out. At least I'm able to do it at this point. You know what I'm saying? Of course, if it gets to where we got 2,000-3,000 people in the chat, which hopefully we can reach that kind of people, I may not be able to as quick to shout out everybody in the chat. So I'm taking advantage of the opportunity now. I appreciate everybody that comes over in the chat, everybody that comes over in the bushes. I appreciate all of y'all, man. All of y'all. Y'all are the reason why we do all of this, is so that we can do this for y'all, man. And Carlos says strong performances, everybody. That's right. Strong performance, especially in the chat. Strong performance. You guys always do a great job, excellent job. And keep doing the job you're doing. Anybody cries to you about you booting them out, let them cry to me. Unless I tell you don't boot them out, you guys feel like they gonna cause a problem, I'm not gonna go against what you do. If you boot them, you boot them. And then I'm team. Let's talk to Better Black Life chat. I'm team chat. If the chat feel like somebody was walking funny and they booted them out, then I'm on the chat side. You know what I'm saying? So there might be a time where I say, well, hold on, y'all. Let's not put this person out yet, right? That may happen every now and then. But if y'all feel like somebody walking funny and I don't catch it and I don't tell you, hey, don't stop, just boot them. Boot them. Let them come crying to me. If they have, a couple of them have, right? so that's all right. Let them, and if they prove to me that they're not going to be a problem again, then I'll let them back in. I'll unblock them. All right, but the chat, strong performance as always. Strong performance as always. Thank you guys for always keeping the chat clean and making it friendly for anybody who wants to come in here. White, black, girl, boy, whoever wants to come in here and talk and be respectful. Thank y'all for always keeping the pathway clean for anybody who wants to come in and just be respectful and respectfully disagree. But be respectful. I appreciate all of y'all, man. Y'all make it so much easier on us up here on the panel because you guys see, I'm looking up stuff. I'm trying to verify things while I'm up here. Looks like I'm looking at the screen, but I'm actually looking, in another window or something. You know what I mean? So I appreciate y'all. Chat, strong performance as always. Let's move on. Patrice came up here. What y'all think about Patrice? Patrice came in here. Didn't offer us no food. Talking about I'm on my lunch. Didn't offer us no food. Okay, all right. We remember that. What they say in the street. We remember that. We remember that, Patrice. We remember that, right? But Patrice came in and had some good takes. Threw us a couple of good links. We were able to chase them down. What y'all think? And Patrice been in the industry. So she's seen a lot of stuff. So I mean, I'm sure if this is a subject that I'm sure Patrice could probably talk for 12, 14 hours on, right? But she came in, did her thing. You know what I mean? Once again, always a strong man. Patrice is a lock, just like the chat. The chat is a lock. Patrice is a lock. Strong performance as always. And you know, I know Patrice get tired of me tooting her horn a lot, but you know, I like good people, man. I like good people. I like the people that I got in my chat. I like the people that I got up here on the panel. I like every man. I'm so blessed to be around such a good group of people. Now, did you hear Brother Clarence say he perfect? I didn't say nobody was perfect, include myself. To include myself, I never said any of us was perfect, but I mean good-hearted people, man. Some really good-hearted people, man, that got good hearts. You know what I'm saying? That you know what I'm saying. If you're willing to work with them, they willing to work with you. Patrice is one of those people, man. If you see the sister out there on the street, man, see out there in YouTube streets, give her a holler. You know, give her a holler. Give her whatever virtual high fives or hugs or whatever, right? But Patrice came up here. Strong performance for Patrice, as always. As always. Who else came up? Von Erich. Von Erich came up, man. You know what I like about Von Erich? Well, one of the things I like about Von Erich, I'm still getting to know the brother, but and one of the things I like about the brother is not afraid to oppose whatever we got, whatever me and Rico got going on up here. He ain't afraid to oppose it. He'll come up here and he got good takes, and he'll force either himself or us to go and verify something somewhere, right? I have no problem with that. I love that. You know what I mean? Let's all check each other. Let's check each other, make sure that we're giving out the right information, because the people need to have the right information, not just what I think is right, not just what Brother Von Erich think is right, but we need to know the right information, what's right, right? But shout out to Von Erich, man. Strong performances always comes through. Good takes, no matter what we talking about. Always will bring a different view from it, and then defend that view as best as he can. You know what I'm saying? So I appreciate that brother, man. Appreciate that brother. And he'll force me to go. I know when he comes up, I got my other computer waiting, because I know he's going to make me go and look something up. so shout out to Von Erich, man. Strong performance as always. Strong performance. Who else came up here today? Rico. Brother Rico came up here. What y'all think about Brother Rico? Holy smokes. Brother Rico came up here, and as always came up here. He didn't get time. See, you notice I'm trying to cut these live streams down before the libations actually get into Rico. Before the libations get into Rico really good. Try to cut these streams down. But shout out to Brother Rico, brother. Brother Rico came up, had some good takes. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, one of the things I like about Rico is Rico will push me to have the right answer. He won't accept, just like Von Erich and Patrice, they just won't accept you. Well, Patrice will be quick to correct you. If you say something, she'll correct you. And Von Erich and Rico, even if we talk in the middle of talking, they'll say, hey, go verify that, Clarence. Go look it up. We all try to keep each other straight. You know what I'm saying? We all try to keep each other. I appreciate it, because I got people like Patrice. Patrice ain't gonna let me put no bad information out. If she know better, she gonna say, oh, whoa, this is actually what happened here, right? Same thing with Von Erich. Same thing with Rico, right? Rico just funnier. Rico's a little funnier than everybody, man, because he's that grumpy old man. But all that grump, see, all that stuff, that's at the front, man. Rico is really a good dude, man. If you really had a chance to sit down and talk to him, man, you see he's a really good dude, man. You know what I mean? I know a lot of people, his grumpiness might rub some people the wrong way. But you see, the first thing he did was come out here and give E Black a compliment. And he looked like he was going to kill E Black the other day, right? The other night, he looked like he was going to strangle him, right? First thing he did was come up here and give him a compliment, right? That's what I'm saying, man. When you think about, hey, man, we just telling the truth out here. That's what it's about. It's about telling the truth. Now I want to ask y'all something that y'all hear. Oh, shout out to Rico, and strong performance from Rico Young. Strong performance as always. Strong performance. Everybody, strong performance. We as a team, strong performance. Everybody. All right, let me ask y'all something. On my way out the door, did y'all go home and give the people in your house a compliment? If you don't have people in your house, a family member, just reach out to one family member and say, you know what? This is one thing I like about you. Did we do that? Well, we got to do it, family. We got to be better. We got to be better. And how we going to be better if we holding on to the fact that, you know, I don't like this person. You know, I'm not saying you got to be around people that don't treat you bad. I'm talking about people that just in your family that, you know, you have access to, and, you know, for whatever reason, you're not, you know, you're not connected as the way you want to be connected. Just give them a compliment. Or your children. Your children deserve it. You expect your children to connect to you? No, 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 no. It doesn't work that way with children. You have to connect with children. Your children, you have to connect with them. Because if you don't connect with them, somebody else will. That street out there will connect with them, right? I had my boys out here in South Central Los Angeles, right? Gangs on one end, gangs on the other end, right? But they knew me, man. If my son is with you, you got problems. Right? They send my sons home quick. They send my son, especially our oldest boy, they send him home quick. Hey, go on down there, man, because I don't want you to get no trouble with your father. So they know I would be up there with them, right? But it is what it is. I mean, you know, but we got to be involved. We got to be involved, especially us as men. We got to be more involved with our children, man, because our children, you know, and of course, when they get out, they're going to do what they want, right? My oldest boy, he out there doing what he want to do. But when he was here, that we had no problems. When he was living with me, it was no problems. Why? Because I was too involved to let it be problems, right? That's what we got to be. But go compliment somebody in your house. Go compliment somebody, a family member. Go compliment them, even if it's the one you can't stand, right? Hey, those are some good shoelaces, right? Those are some nice shoelaces you got, right? Or, man, you know what? You came in the house and you were quiet when you came in. I appreciate that. You know what I'm saying? We got to start building each other up instead of tearing each other down. We tear each other down, and we got so used to tearing each other down that that's a normal way for us to act now with each other, man. We just tear each other, we just rip each other apart. So now we got to start putting each other back together again, man, right? Like Humpty Dumpty, put yourself back together again. Put ourselves back together again. Give yourself a compliment. Give yourself a compliment. Just you know, but a compliment that reflects a good character. Don't just give yourself a compliment like, you know, I'm the best looking thing since sliced bread. No, that's not a compliment. No, what a compliment to yourself and your character is, wow, I could have you know, cooked this meal just for myself, but I cooked it enough for everyone, and now I'm going to share this meal with other people. That's what we used to do. Where we from, you don't eat alone. That's weird where we come from. I don't know about the Europeans, but where we come from, most of y'all that's here, we don't eat alone. We eat as a community. We eat together, right? Now we got to the point where we adopted these European things where we eat in our own room with a little tray and all. Oh man, that's not how our spirit is. Our spirits bounce off each other as we're eating. I remember me and my father and my brother and my mother, we used to watch the news together. We had the little TV with the rabbit ears, right? You roll it. It was on a little roller, right? You rolled it up to the table or close to the table, and you know, you sat there and you ate. And my father would ask us stuff about, hey, do you know where Africa is? You know, whatever they were talking about. Do you know where Russia is? Do you know this? Do you know that? He would just ask us questions. If we didn't know, he'd be hot. He'd be hot. But the point is, we connected with each other. We ate together. We ate together. We slept together. We worked together. So it was togetherness. That's how you build. That's how you build a community. When you work together, when you eat together, when you suffer together, when you have discipline together. That's how you connect as a community. But if we as a community, we're not going to do that. Patrice said, did you know that, see where Cox Communication has a reality show called Get to Know Your Neighbors? No, I didn't know that. Patrice. But maybe they do. I know we got to get, the question is like they asked Jesus, you know, who is my neighbor, right? Who is your neighbor? Hey, who is our neighbor? Who is our neighbor? Okay, well, who is our neighbor? Our neighbor is our brothers and sisters, man, that's experiencing the same thing we're experiencing for the same reason that we're experiencing it. We might not live right next door to each other, but we live in a community where we experiencing these similar things, right? In this experiment called America, right? That's your neighbor, right? And when Jesus said, the least of these are my brothers, right? Right? They're gonna say, hey, Jesus, we've been looking all over for you. They go, hey, Peter, Paul, hey, where's the master? I don't know. I thought he was with you. I thought he was with you. Well, we don't know. Where is he? We got a place right here with the politicians, with the doctors and the lawyers. We got a seat right here for him. Well, we better go looking for him because they're gonna get his seat away. They go running looking for Jesus, and they find out, hey, you guys are rolling with that guy Jesus, right? Yeah. I think he's down there with the publicans and the sinners. What? They go running down there. Hey, good master, do you know who you eating with? They question him. Do you know who you eating with? You eating with publicans and sinners. What's the matter with you? We got a place over here with the doctors and the lawyers over there, with the real important people over here. Right? His response to them was, I came not for the righteous, but the unrighteous. What do you mean? Did he mean that those doctors and lawyers are righteous? No, but he meant that they think they're righteous. They don't think they need salvation, so why would they listen to him? I'm wasting my time going over there. At least these people can see, based on their physical condition, they understand they need salvation. They understand that. They need something. Whether it's salvation or whatever it is, they need something. They're more open to listening to me than them people, right? So he said, I came not for the righteous, but the unrighteous. I'm where I'm supposed to be. Do you know you sitting with publicans and sinners? Yeah. Why do you think I'm here? We know our people is in disarray. You know what, Brother Clarence, I could do something and just be like, hey, bag chasers, we're gonna be bag chasers. Let's all just chase bags. But just enough people out there trying to show you how to chase the bag out there, right? There's plenty of people out there trying to teach you how to chase a bag. Go on out there and learn how to chase a bag from them. I'm trying to teach you how to chase something even more than the bag, and that's your spirit and your soul. You don't hear me. You don't hear me. I'm trying to get you to chase your soul and your spirit. You can't connect to nobody. The first way you can connect to people is through the spirit. If you can't spiritually connect to them, and then what I mean, do I mean you got to be the same religion? No. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is you vibrate in that same rate. You're able to vibrate at a rate where you can come together, right? Sometimes you can vibrate with people and you have the same religious doctrine, but you guys can vibe on the same level. Or this person don't have no religion, don't claim no religious doctrine. But the important part is we got to be open. We got to be open to connecting to other people, like-minded people. We got to be open. First, in your household, you got to connect to the people in your household. Because how can we as men, how can we lead who we not connected to? We don't know who they are, right? You ever seen a man riding a horse? When he gets off that horse, what's he do? He holds he got that horse by the reins. Why? Because you can't lead a horse that you don't have control over. You got to be able to pull it, and you got to be able to quickly address it if something goes wrong, right? You can't quickly address somebody that's way away from you, right? Well, you can't quickly address somebody who's way away from you spiritually. You can't do it. You got to have them close to you. And how you get people close to you, you don't put a string around them. What you do is put a standard in front of them of where they should be. And they'll always walk in that place while they're with you, because the standard is that's where they should be. A rope is a standard, right? And that keeps the horse right there. Okay? Your standards your ethical standards is what's gonna keep your children right there. It's gonna keep your wife right there. Pew, 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 pew. I'm throwing too much at y'all, right? But the point is, we see what can happen if we don't take care of our children. Unfortunately, young brother Orlando Brown, unfortunately, man, a brother fell into a lot of different crutches trying to ease his pain. See, people get on drugs and they go on these sex binges and they do all this stuff because they're in pain. They're in pain. But they dressed up like everything's okay. Everything's okay, but it's not okay. If you ask them, oh, yeah, everything's great, they ain't going to admit it publicly, but they're in pain. They're in a lot of pain. That's why they're using all these drugs. They're not doing that because they stupid. This brother Orlando Brown's not stupid. He's just undisciplined. You see the difference there? He's undisciplined. So whenever he has that fear that gets so great in his head, the only thing that can calm him down from reacting to that fear, in his opinion, is going to be the drugs. Unfortunately for him, or is erratic behavior on top of the drugs. Thank you, Patrice. But why? Why is this stuff allowed to happen? Because we are now we in a situation. We are in a situation now where people are taught to be loners. There's a book called 1984 by a man named George Orwell. He predicted all of this. He predicted this. He said that people would just be alone looking at screens, right? They would just be alone. Go read that book, 1984. He predicted this, right? But it don't have to be this way, right? It's we as black people, man, we are the type of people, man, we have to be together. We have to be together to get the best out of each other. We have to be together, and we have to be together on some good stuff. We have to be together on some good stuff. I don't mean we have to be together on some not good stuff. I mean, we have to be together and then be together on some good stuff. And then, man, we could change this whole world. Man, if black people just got their heads together, we could change this whole world. Everything. But some of us think that there's this big bad white man that's out there that's trying to get us. And then some of us think that we don't have no enemy out there for us. Right? I mean, we got two different sides of the platform that are stopping and holding us back. We gotta connect with each other. So please take my homework. Go and invest in your children, invest in your wife, invest in your husband, invest in your family members, invest in them. When I mean invest in not money, time. The paper money ain't nothing. I got $2 billion in the bank. That's nothing. We just read where these guys are millionaires and they killed them. They deleted themselves, right? Money can't make you happy. Only thing you can do is help you find other crutches to cover it, to mask it, right? You can mask your unhappiness with Louis Vuitton bags and yachts and Maseratis. You can mask your unhappiness while your soul is crying out. We gotta do better, family. We gotta do better, include myself. We gotta do better, family. So the things I'm telling you, I'm trying to go home and practice on myself with my sons. I'm trying to not be so. Man, I told you wash the dishes, you ain't wash the dishes, or whatever. I try to first give them a compliment. Hey, brother, thank you for doing the dishes today. You did them, okay. But today is a new day, right? Today is a new day, right? I'm trying not to be that way. Because I'm trying to take my own advice. I ain't trying to tell y'all something that I won't do. I'm trying to take my own advice. Anyway, y'all, I could talk forever and ever and ever. I might do another live stream tonight where it might just be I might just do another spiritual off the dome type thing like I did the other night. It seemed like you guys really appreciated that. So maybe I'll do another one. I hope you guys got something out of this one today from us up here. I got something out of you guys in the chat. You guys really help us a lot, man. You guys keep us on track, keep us, excuse me, keep us moving. So I appreciate all of y'all, man. Thank y'all so much. And I might give me like maybe 2 hours, and I might be back on the horn again, man. Give you another little drop real quick where I'll go in a little bit. All right. All right. Thanks everybody. I'll see y'all maybe in a couple of hours. All right. All right, Risa, that's a date, as they say in TV. That's a date. All right. See y'all in a little while. Peace. Uh-oh.